Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our session is about to begin. Please have a nice seat. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management Center 2024. The conference aims to foster knowledge, exchange, and collaboration among experts from diverse fields. Additionally, an international student poster competition will be held, providing a platform for young researchers to showcase their innovative ideas and research findings. Hosted in Surakarta, Indonesia, virtually has the honor to present you this international conference. This conference is presented by the Committee of the Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Firstly, let us send our gratitude and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for allowing us to be able to gather with such health and wellness on this special occasion, International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management Center, ICGDM 2024, which held on Thursday until Friday, 12th until 13th December 2024. Secondly, may peace and blessings be given to our beloved Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has guided us from the age of darkness to the age of the light. Before agenda begins, let me introduce myself. I'm Auntie Amania Sobiro, your host for today. I also would like to greet the Dean of Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Bapak Jumadi, PhD, the Vice Deans and Lecturers of the Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, the distinguished keynote, invited speakers, and our moderator for today. And also, we welcome all the presenters and participants of ICGDM 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to read the agenda for today. The first, opening session. The second, singing a national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah. The third, opening speech from Chairman Conference ICGDM 2024. The fourth, opening speech from the Dean of Faculty of Geography Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. The fifth, listening the keynote speaker speech and discussion. The sixth, break and pray. The seventh, listening the invited speaker speech and discussion. The eighth, paper presentation. For a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing National Anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Muhammadiyah. are going to listen to the welcome speech, who will be delivered by the Chairman of Conference of ICGDM 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Aziz Akbar Mukasyaf, PhD.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests and speakers and the participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to 6th International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management 2024. It's truly an honor and privilege for me to serve as the chairman of this esteemed conference, and I would like to begin by extending my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us, whether from near or far, as we gather in this virtual space to engage in meaningful discussion around our theme is interdisciplinary of geography on nature, technology, and disaster management for sustainable development goals. Allow me to first express my regards to Dean of Faculty of Geography, Pak Jumadi, and allow me to express my appreciation to our speakers, Dr. Alam Kok Choi, Dr. Fahad Sattar, Professor Nilanchal Patel, Professor Taipu Maza, Dr. Danang Sihat Moko, Miho Nomura, and Siti Hadiati Nur Hafida. Your dedication and contributions to your respective fields inspire us, and we are privileged to have your insights guiding our discussions today. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in an era of unprecedented challenge about climate change, environmental degradation, and natural disaster have become central issues for humanity. At the same time, technological advancement and interdisciplinary collaborations offer us an innovative solution to address this challenge. Therefore, this conference aims to highlight the role of geography as a bridge connecting nature, technology, and disaster management within the broader framework of Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals remind us that environmental sustainability, disaster resilience, and community empowerment are interconnected goals that require collective efforts. For example, goal number 11 about emphasis creating sustainable cities and communities, and while goal number 13 focus on climate actions. These aspirations cannot be achieved in isolation. They require collaboration between environmental scientists, technologists, social scientists, policymakers, and local communities. Ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that the discussion and insight generated during this conference will pave the way for impactful research, transformative policies, and stronger partnerships. Together, we can move closer to a future where resilience, sustainability, and equity define our collective response to the challenge of our time. To all participants, I encourage you to engage actively, share your ideas generously, and embrace the opportunities for networking and collaboration. Your contributions are vital in shaping the outcomes of this conference and ultimately the future of our planet. Once again, I welcome you to 6th ICGDM 2024, and let us make this event not just a platform for academic exchange, but also a call to action, a reminder of our collective responsibility toward achieving sustainable development. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Aziz Akbar Mukasyaf, PhD. We're going to listen to the welcome speech delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bapak Jumadi, PhD.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guest keynote speakers, paper presenters, and participants. Good morning and warm welcome to the 6th International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, ICGDM, in UMS. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guest keynote speakers, paper presenters, participants. It is our honor to host the esteemed gathering where scholars, practitioners, and experts come together to explore the vital interdisciplinary connection between geography, nature, and technology, and disaster management for achieving the SDGs. On behalf of the Faculty of Geography, UMS, I extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker, including Dr. Lam Kwok Choi from University of Bangsa Malaysia, and Dr. Danang Sihat Mako from University Gadjah Mada, Professor Tayyip Paumesa from University Hasan II de Casablanca, Professor Nilan Patel from Iria Institute of Technology Mesra, Ranchi, India, and Dr. Farah Sattar from Charles Darwin University, Australia. Also, to the invited speaker, first of all, Miho Nomura MSc from Kobe University, Japan, and the second is Siti Hadiati Nurhabita, PhD from UMS. Your expertise and insight will enrich our discussion and inspire the innovation approach. We are also happy to welcome a paper presenter from more than 7 countries, representing diverse perspective and groundbreaking research. Your contribution exemplify the collaborative spirit necessary to address global challenges in disaster management and sustainable development. This year, our theme is interdisciplinary of geography and nature, technology and disaster management to sustainable development goals. I score the critical role of integrated approach in understanding and solving complex problems. From the all papers that's presented in this conference, we hope that we can preserving our natural ecosystem, fostering resilient communities, geography, and can advance this science to the forefront in this transformative effort. For the next 2 days, let us take the opportunity to exchange ideas, build partnership, and reaffirm our shared commitment to creating a sustainable future. Once again, welcome to the conference, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring experience. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Bapak Jumadi, PhD. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda, listening the presentation from keynote speaker. The first keynote speaker is Dr. Lam Kwak Choi from University Kebangsaan Malaysia from Malaysia. And the second keynote speaker is Professor Nilakal Patel from Birla Institute of Technology Mesra from India. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Ibu Dr. Anissa Trisnia Sasmi MT. Allow me to read her short bio. Ibu Dr. Anissa Trisnia Sasmi currently is a geophysical lecturer in Faculty of Geography Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. She pursued her doctoral degree and magister program from Bandung Institute of Technology Indonesia, and she pursued her bachelor program in Gadjah Mada University. She writes, teaches, and researches in physical geography, disaster geography, applied geophysics, hydrology and water resources geography, geoinformatics and spatial modeling, there's Ibu Dr. Anissa Trisnia Sasmi MT. The time is yours.
Okay, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all distinguished participants of ICGDM 2024. My name is Anissa Trisnia Sasmi, the moderator for this morning's keynote speaker session, and thank you for the MC to the acknowledgement. Thank you for joining us in the conference held virtually via Zoom. And this morning, we will gain valuable insights from experts in the fields of environmental dynamics, climate change, and also disaster resilience. Please ensure your microphone remain mute throughout the session to maintain a smooth even flow. And if you have questions for the speakers, please feel free to write them in the chat box, and the selected questions will be discussed during the Q&A session following each presentation. And you can also write your question in the YouTube comment chat. And so without further ado, let's begin with our first speaker. That will be Dr. Lam Kwak Choi, lecturer and also researcher from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. And Dr. Lam earned his PhD in geography from the University of Sheffield, UK in 2013. And he also holds a master's degree from the University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Dr. Lam's research focused on vegetation phenology, land use, and also land cover change, and the impact of the climate change along with adaptation strategies. And his work leveraged advanced technologies, including remote sensing and also GIS, to analyze environmental changes and also provide insights into sustainable management practice for tropical ecosystem. And Dr. Lam, who are you?
Good morning, Dr. Anissa. Thank you for the introduction. I'm okay here.
Okay. It is a pleasure to have you here with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Lam will present on the topic mapping environmental change using Google Earth Engine to analyze tropical forest dynamics. This presentation will last 20 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. And Dr. Lam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Anissa. Good morning, good morning, distinguished and respected speakers, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much to Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta for inviting me to this to share my knowledge and research in this distinguished 6th International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management 2024. Okay, so please allow me to share my screen. Can I share my screen?
Dr. Lam, do you have any trouble to share your screen?
Because it's only one participant share at a time.
Oh, okay. Wait for a minute. I will contact the committee soon.
All right, so this is the topic from my presentation this morning, mapping environmental change using Google Earth Engine to analyze tropical forest dynamics. Okay, so basically, if we are looking into the Food and Agriculture Organization reports on global forest resource assessment year 2020, the world has a total forest area of 4.06 billion hectares. That is almost 31% of the total land area on this planet. Okay. However, more than half of the world land-based plant and animals and 3/4 of birds live in and around the forest area. Okay, so forest is supporting large numbers of plants and animals on our planet. And deforestation is one of the critical and very urgent matters, environmental issues that is contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emission and the loss of biodiversity. Okay. About 8% of global emission currently comes from tree loss cover in tropical forests. But this same forest can provide 23% of the cost-effective climate mitigation needed before 2030. Okay. And at the moment, one of the technologies that can help us to study land cover loss or forest cover loss is by using Google Earth Engine, which is a powerful cloud-based platform that enables planetary scale geospatial analysis. It brings Google massive computational capabilities to address high impact societal change and including deforestation. Let's look at briefly what is Google Earth Engine, or for short GEE. Okay. GEE is a cloud-based platform for geospatial analysis. It integrates Google computational resources with satellite imagery and other geospatial datasets. And GEE has the capabilities of analyzing large-scale environmental data, monitoring land cover changes, assessing forest health and degradation, a study about temperature and weather, and many other applications. If we look into Google Earth Engine data catalog, okay, there's hundreds of data set that the researcher can utilize to manage or to research on the environments and all sorts of societal issues. And here I sample a few projects that relates to forest cover loss. Okay, for example, the Global Tree Cover Extent research.
Recording in progress.
Which is led by University of Maryland's Matt Hansen, who used GEE to survey global tree cover extent, loss and gain. Okay. And it his research has been published in Science, and these studies analyze nearly all global land, excluding the Antarctica and some Arctic islands. Okay. The second one is the SEPA platform. Okay. This is powered also by GEE and is under the Food and Agriculture Organization, who uses the SEPA platform to monitor and report on deforestation in various countries. And the third project is the continuous change detection and classification, where GEE is used to support monitoring forest degradation using algorithm like CCDC SMA3, and they are using it to visualizing the time series data to help identify the changes over time. Okay. So this is briefly just three projects, that international projects that using GEE to study about forest cover change. Okay, here I would like to present you case studies that using Google Earth Engine to analyze the forest cover changes in Peninsular Malaysia from the 1990s to 2020. This is works by Miss Farah Nuralisa Muhammad and myself. Okay, brief introduction. Malaysia have 20.3 million hectares of natural forest in 2010. Okay, that is about covering about 87% of the total land area of Malaysia. Okay. And the loss of natural forests that occur was 123,000 hectares in 2021. Okay. This is according to the World Resource Institute survey. Okay. So Malaysia lost about 2.77 million hectares of primary wetland forest from 2002 to 2021, which formed 33% of its total tree cover loss during the same period. Okay. So from 2001 to 2021, Malaysia lost about 8.67 million hectares of tree cover. Okay. So tree cover is including non-forest as well. So in this project, we have two objectives. One is to map the forest cover and analyzing the land use changes that occur in the forest area of Peninsular Malaysia for the year of 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020 by using Google Earth Engine. Okay. The second objective is mapping the quality level of forest cover and analyzing the rate of forest quality degradation in Peninsular Malaysia for the same year. Okay, in terms of methodology, let's look at the data set that being used. Okay, one is the Landsat satellite imagery, and the second one is the MODIS satellite imagery. And then we are using data high resolution image from Google Earth Pro and also from PlanetScope, and land use map for the year of 2010 from Agriculture Department of Malaysia. Okay, so how this data or research framework is on the right hand side. Okay, first of all is we call up the Landsat data collection for the year 1990, 2000, 2010, and that is for the Landsat thematic mapper, Landsat 4 and 5. Okay, and then for the year 2020, we are using Landsat 8. Okay, so for each of these year, we do the data smoothing, where the collection will be filtered by time and do the cloud masking and cloud filling with pixel of cloud-free pixel. Okay, so every year the process is the same, and then from there we are using the random forest algorithm, which is a machine learning algorithm to classify the land use and land cover. Okay, so and the forest cover or the land use map will be verified using high resolution satellite imagery from the Google Earth Pro and also from the PlanetScope, and supported by a land use map from the Agriculture Department. Okay. Whereas for the forest quality map, we are using MODIS EBI data to map the forest quality and to calculate the forest degradation and forest cover maps. Okay. So in this research for the Landsat 4 and 5, okay, one scene of Landsat scene, one Landsat scene is covers about 207 million pixel, whereas Landsat 8 covers about 222 million pixel. Okay, so for the whole of Peninsular Malaysia, for Landsat 4 or 5, it takes about 9 scenes to cover the whole area, and we process about 1.8 billion pixel. Whereas for Landsat 8, it's also 9 scenes. We process about 1.99 billion pixel. In total, the numbers of pixel being processed is about 7.6 billion pixel, okay, being shifted and processed in this research. Okay. Then it's only can be done using Google Earth Engine because of their computational power. Okay. So for the result, okay, so we can see over the 4 decades of our studies, okay, the forest cover is declining from year to year. Sorry, the title should be the last of the title should be 2020. Yeah. So in 1990s, the forest cover for Peninsula, this is just for Peninsular Malaysia, not including Sabah and Sarawak on the Borneo side. Yeah. So in 1990s, the forest cover is about 75.26 million hectares. Okay. This is, is percent, 75.26% of the total land cover area of Peninsular Malaysia, and it goes down to 68.89 for year 2000, and it declines further to 63.82% in 2010, and finally in 2020, we only left about 57.99% of forest cover. So you can see from the maps, the dark green color is the forest cover, okay, and whereas the red is the urban area and the pink color is oil palm, right? So basically, majority of this area has been taken over by oil palm, and also in the early period of the study in the 1990s, there's a bit of rubber plantation, which is in the cyan color. In the northern part of the Peninsular Malaysia, the yellow color is the paddy field, right? Okay, this is forest cover in Peninsular Malaysia according to state, each state in Peninsular Malaysia. Okay, so the Pahang state is one of the largest state that have declining forest cover. Okay, and also Pahang is one of the state with the largest amount of forest cover, and it followed by the Perak state, Kelantan State and Johor State, and so on. Yeah. So at the end, the Perlis, Wilayah Persekutuan Kuala Lumpur, and Wilayah Persekutuan Putrajaya, these are smaller states with less forest cover. Okay. For example, Kuala Lumpur is a capital city of Malaysia, which is highly urbanized. There isn't much forest to start with, same as with Putrajaya. Okay, so the land use land cover changes within forest area in Peninsular Malaysia. So you can see from the period between 1990 to 2000, okay, we lost about 2.2 million hectares of forest, and most of it changed to oil palm, which is 84.67% of the forest cover being changed into oil palm, about 2.66% to rubber plantation, 5.09% to urban area, and 6.69% others land use, and 0.89% to water bodies. Okay? Whereas in the period between 2000 to 2010, okay, we lost about 2.35 million hectares, and still oil palm plantation, one of the main conversion, right? And 3.21% on rubber, 3.61% to urban area, 5.51% others, and 0.21% water. Okay, well, finally, between 2010 to 2020, we lost about 2.21 million hectares of forest, and still oil palm is the biggest conversion, 88.31%, rubber 0.45%, urban 5.02%, okay, and others 5.69%, water 0.53%. Okay, so next is we are looking into the quality of forest cover in Peninsular Malaysia as well, okay, for the same study period. Okay, so these studies we are using modest EVI data. Okay, so the EVI data we provide in the score is from negative -1 to +1. Okay, so the EVI range of 0.2 to 1 is classified as healthy vegetation, whereas negative -0.2 to 0.19 is classified as unhealthy vegetation or no vegetation. So those range is categorized as low quality values, whereas 0.2 to 1 is high quality values. Okay, so in year 2000, for the high quality values we have about 142,417.62 hectares. Okay, and you can see that through the different years, okay, the high quality vegetation area is declining. Okay, whereas the low quality is about 5,672.70 hectares for the year 2000. Okay, and it fluctuates between 3,200 to 3,184 for 2010 and 2020. Okay, so these values are just for the forest cover, not including other land land cover or land use. Okay, just mainly for we are detecting the quality of the forest for the forested area only. Okay, so if we look at the numbers, this is the numbers of pixel and the EVI range. Okay, the EVI value range. Okay, so you can see for the different years there has been a shifting of the EVI range of the mean value of the EVI range. Okay, so basically we can see that in year 2000, okay, the value of 0.3 to 0.49, we have about 41,465 hectares. Okay, and it's go fluctuate between 48,000 to 34,000 for the next two year period. Okay, and also 0.5 to 1 range, EVI range. Okay, from 93,641 hectares to 67,000 and 66,000. So for the higher range. Okay, so usually forest cover area for the tropical area, the EVI range is about 0.5 to 0.8 values. Right, so we can see here that there is a declining numbers of the hectareage of high quality forest cover from 93,000 to 67 or 66,000 hectares. Okay. So the level of forest degradation in Peninsular Malaysia, we divide into degradation index, where negative 0.99 to negative 0.5 okay, is loss of forest cover. Okay. And negative 0.49 to negative 0.30 is sign of logging, whereas negative 0.29 to negative 0.2 is natural anomaly. Okay, so this index is where we deduct the EVI values from year 2 compared to year 0. Okay. So this is the result of the forest degradation between year 2000 and 2010. Loss of forest cover is about 509.94 hectares. Signs of logging 3,607. Okay, natural anomaly is about 6,006. Okay, so those area marked in the maps the location where some of these loss of forest cover and signs of logging being detected. Okay, and between 2010 to 2020, loss of forest cover is 298 hectares, and signs of logging is 3,793.59 hectares. Natural anomaly 6,085.35 hectares. Okay, so here are examples of the site that we have detected, okay, and verified by either user using high resolution satellite imagery from the Google Earth Pro or from the PlanetScope imagery. Okay, so for example, here we can see a sign of logging. That is the first is Site C, which is in Chiku, Kelantan, state of Kelantan, for the year 2010. Okay, and then we have Site D, Telang in Pahang. Okay, so it's a clear-cut deforestation. Okay, this is between year 2000 and 2010. Yeah. Okay, so site H, Chiku, Kelantan, and also site K in Batam, Kelantan. Okay. Okay, this is 2010. 2000. We continue to different site. So this is site P in Dabong, Kelantan. Okay, site Q in Padang Terap Kiri, Kedah. Site T, Hulu, Kuantan, Pahang. Okay, and this is a site of logging. Okay, so between 2010 and 2020. So we have detected in site C, Bandar Tun Razak, Pahang. Okay, from Landsat 2020, and we compare it with high-resolution satellite imagery from PlanetScope of the same year. Right. Site D, Batam, Kelantan, and then we have site G, Keratong, Pahang, and site H, Batu Talam, Pahang. Okay. And this is also different site in Pahang, site I, site J in Kelantan, site K in Kelantan, site L in Kelantan. So you can see there are a lot of repeating incidents of deforestation and also loss of forest and also sign of logging in these two states, which is the Pahang state and also the Kelantan state. Okay. Right. And if we look at site T, Hulu Terengganu, okay, so forest cover being converted to reservoir. Okay, so that is where the conversion of forest cover into water bodies. Okay, so for the conclusion, we can see that Google Earth Engine empowers researchers, policymakers, and companies to analyze deforestation and forest degradation at a bigger scale. Okay, so by leveraging the Google Earth Engine, we can make informed decisions to protect our planet, forests, and combat climate change. So basically, in Google Earth Engine, we can also create applications that to detect almost real time, okay, almost real time deforestation or land cover change by utilizing the open source satellite imageries, for example, Sentinel, Landsat, okay, MODIS, okay. So these are high resolution satellite imagery in terms of spatial and temporal resolution, which we can show to us almost real-time land cover change that is happening in the area. And this application can be shared and also be utilized by the public, okay, to help monitor the changes in our forests. Okay. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm pleased to take any comments and questions from the floor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Lam Kwok Choi, for such an engaging and also informative presentation. And it's really an interesting research about how we can utilize the GEE as a recent technology to analyze the dynamics of forests. Now we will move into the Q&A session. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for Dr. Lam, please write them in the Zoom chat box or YouTube comments. And you can also use the raise hand feature. And we will select a few questions for Dr. Lam to address. Okay. Dr. Lam, we have several questions for you. Your presentation is very nice, and I would like to ask what are the key challenges and also limitations of using satellite imagery to assess tropical forest dynamics?
Okay. One of the main challenge that for any researcher that studying about tropical forest is the cloud cover. Okay, so tropical area we have lots of cloud cover, and it's very difficult previously to remove or to replace the cloud cover for individual images. However, with the availability of high power computing, for example, GEE, okay, we can use GEE to help to do the cloud masking and also replacing the cloud pixel by replacing it with cloud clear pixel from different date imagery of the same year. Okay, so we can utilize that technology and also the algorithm to help us to get as, I would say, as high quality images without cloud as possible. Okay, although they may also have some artifacts that remains after the cloud removal, but that is at the moment one of the best solution that I can say available for tropical area. Okay. I think that cloud cover is one of the main problems that we faced before, and with this Google Earth Engine and also the cloud masking algorithm. Okay, so we can minimize that interference of the cloud cover.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lam, for the answer. And now we have another question from Mr. Gemma Bangsawan from Junior Research from Research and also Development Agency or BPPG Goa, South Sulawesi. And there are two questions. The first one may be similar with our question. What are the primary limitations of GEE and how we overcome them to achieve more accurate and also reliable analysis results? And the second one, discuss about urban environment. How can Google Earth Engine contribute to better urban planning? For instance, how can GEE be used to identify disaster-prone areas, urban growth patterns, and assess the environmental impacts of urbanization?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for the question. So I think the how GEE can be utilized for better planning of urban area, right? So basically, I think if we use the Google Earth Engine, is basically the same. Is basically like the same process that we do before GEE exists. Okay, it's just with GEE we can analyze a larger area and analyze more data in a shorter time. Okay, and how can this be utilized in urban planning? Okay, the result. Okay, if we look at one of the main challenges now for each for urbanized area, that is the impact of climate change. For example, okay, we are facing a lot of frequent extreme rainfall events, which bring flash flood to urban area, for example. Okay, so those types of analysis that we can do with GEE is that in the Google Earth Engine data catalogs, there are a lot of open source data set that can be utilized, and it's all free of charge. Okay, so for example, there are temperature, long-term temperature satellite data that we can use, okay, in conjunction with the land cover change that we analysis that we did with the land cover or the urban sprawl area. Okay, land surface temperature data. Okay, so you can look at the urban heat island effects. Okay, and also the climate data, long-term climate data, okay, which you can also integrate into your research of probably urban sprawl research. Okay, and then from there you can look at how all these data correlates to each other, and that the urban planners will be able to utilize all these resources and look at how this urbanization or urban sprawl phenomena affects the urban heat island, affects the and how the long-term climate change is impacting the urban area. For example, the numbers of flooding that hits the urban area, with that kind of analysis to help the urban planner to plan more efficiently. Yeah, I hope it helps answer some part of the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lam, for the answer, and also thank you very much, Mr. Gema Bangsawan, for the question. And once again, thank you to Dr. Lam for the remarkable presentation and also discussion. It was truly insightful for all of us. And Dr. Lam, we greatly appreciate your time and also contribution. And before we move to the next session, we will have a brief award session with Dr. Lam. And this time we will hold a certificate presentation session to Dr. Lam. In this session, we would like to share the certificate for Dr. Lam Kwok Choi and also tech documentation. Yep. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Lam, for the presentation. And we would like to take documentation. And I will now count down for the screenshot. 3, 2, 1, screenshot. And let us take another one. 3, 2, 1, and screenshot. Okay. Thank you very much for Dr. Lam for the chance to discuss very okay. We would like to express our gratitude for the knowledge and also opportunity given by Dr. Lam Kwok Choi to discuss today, and hopefully we can collaborate again in another occasion. Okay, you can give virtual applause to Dr. Lam Kwok Choi. Okay, all right. We will now go to the next session, and our next speaker will be Dr. Danang Srihatmoko from Universitas Gadjah Mada. And Dr. Danang earned his PhD and also master degrees in geography from Université de Paris I Pantheon Sorbonne after completing his bachelor degree in geography at Universitas Gadjah Mada. And Dr. Danang research focuses on physical geography, disaster risk management, and environmental adaptation. He has conducted extensive studies on landslide risk mitigation, geomorphological dynamics, and the environmental impacts on vulnerable communities. His works not only contribute to academic literature, but also to disaster mitigation policies in Indonesia. And Dr. Danang, it's an honor to have you here with us today. Welcome, Dr. Danang. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Okay, it's good and clear. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Danang will deliver his presentation, and this presentation will last about 20 minutes, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session. And Dr. Danang, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, Ms. Anissa. Thank you very much, dear professors, participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, and also the students of the UMS, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. So allow me to present our PPT here. It's a great honor for me to attend this very prestigious conference. So thank you very much for this invitation. So my talk entitled the overview of the natural disaster in Indonesia from hazard assessment to risk management. I'm associate professor in geomorphological hazards as a dean of the Faculty of Geography, Universitas Gadjah Mada. So to start, allow me to give you the idea of the flow of my talk. This talk is started by the presenting of the Faculty of Geography and continue with the overview of the natural disaster worldwide in Indonesia. And the next discussion will be the reason why Indonesia is severely affected by natural disasters by showing some cases, the major disaster in Indonesia, and continue by the presenting and the system of the disaster management in Indonesia. And also ended by the conclusion. So this is the very brief introduction of the Faculty of Geography. We manage 3 departments of the Faculty of Geography, and also we have the bachelor program, master degree, and also PhD program. We have basically 3 departments dealing with environmental geography, physical and human geography. We also have the geographic information science dealing with remote sensing in GIS, and also development of geography. Now we are happy to share to you that we are classified as 111th top of university QS by subject in geography worldwide. So, ladies and gentlemen, and also dear students, I would like to start with the overview of the disaster worldwide and Indonesia. So, to give us the overview, this chart showing us the record of the disaster during 1998-2017, categorizing from the climate-related disaster and also geophysical disaster, as well as the earthquakes and tsunami. It reveals a clear dominance of the climate-related disasters, which occur more frequently and show the general upward trend, suggesting a potential increase due to the climate change. While the geophysical disasters are less common, in terms of the frequency, but there remain significant threat and also the impact due to their potential and the severe damage. So this data underscore that the importance of the understanding of addressing the risk associated with both type of disaster. So I think it is very important to us to understand in terms of the frequency. It's clear that climate-related disaster is much higher than geophysical one. But however, the geophysical disaster give the very severe impact to the society as well as the death toll and also the damage of the infrastructure. So this is if we took we look at more detailed numbers, that the climate-related disaster account for 85.5% in terms of the frequency. So you see the red dots, yeah, on the charts. But here we can see very clearly and very interestingly that the geophysical related disasters represent only less than 15% in the total number of the global disaster event. So if we look at the impact of the disaster, it's clearly we can clearly see that in terms of the death toll, the geophysical disaster, especially earthquakes, give the very severe impact in terms of the death toll. It's very deadly disasters. However, in terms of the loss, yeah, and the climate change, especially here floods and also the drought provide a very significant impact to the people. So it means that the effect of the climate-related disaster in terms of the economic impact, in terms of the indirect impact on the potential loss are very much higher, yeah, in terms of the impact. However, in terms of the fatalities, the earthquakes is very, very significant in terms of the number of the death toll. So now we come up with the condition of the Indonesian disasters. Yeah, here the statistic of the disaster in Indonesia. Yeah, in 2023, last year, the data of the last year. Since Indonesia is archipelagic country, disaster strike in many cases in the small islands and very remote areas where the logistics accessibility become the major challenges. And this fact sometimes worsen the impact of the disaster, yet cascading hazards occur in many places in Indonesia. So we can see the distribution of the number of events, yeah, Indonesia, and most of area of Indonesia categorized as a high risk in terms of the disaster. Here we see the list of the major frequent disaster in Indonesia for both the physical related disaster and the climate related disaster. We could see that Indonesia is a lot of challenges and also a lot of potentiality for the research in the disaster. So why Indonesia is severely affected by disasters? I think that this is commonly known for the public, and that we have combination between geological, tectonic, as well as climatic, and also the human imprint, the human pressure that also play a very important role on the risk of the disaster in Indonesia. This is to give us the example, the overview, and the spatial pattern of the seismicity of Indonesia. Most of area of Indonesia are categorized as the high risk in terms of seismic activities. We also see that Indonesia is located at the Pacific Ring of the Fire and the zone of intense of the tectonic activity. The red dots represents the frequency of the earthquakes occurrences concentrated along the tectonic plate boundary, such as the subduction zone in Indonesia. So we have also the mega thrust zones in Indonesia. That is now become the great attention of PMKG in order to study this particular topic. Another case, it's very important to see the volcanism in Indonesia. We have 127 active volcanoes, documented volcanoes on the land. However, the number of the volcanoes under the sea are still unknown. So I believe that the number of the volcanoes on this under the sea is also very significant. So I think this is the opportunity to us to explore as a geographer to study this particular subject, since the volcanic eruptions is one of the major disasters in Indonesia, and the impact is not only at the national level, but also the impact on the volcanism reach the global level. Another example of the earthquakes and also mega tsunami in Aceh in 2004, sorry, it's mistaken written here. Yeah, 2004, that the impact is very clear. We can see from the Google Earth, yeah, the impact of the tsunami. This is the illustration of the abrupt the landscape changes before and after the tsunami. And this image taken a few months before the disaster in 2004. And this is the image captured 1 month just after the tsunami in early January 2005. So we can clearly see that the landscape change is very significant. The infrastructure damages and all the built environment just completely destroyed with no traces. Yeah, this is the example of the how big the mega tsunami was in 2004. So this is the illustration of the field measurement that we at the collaboration between French and Indonesian team at that time at the Surance project, yeah, in the tsunami. We see the run up of the tsunami wave in the certain area reached 25 meters, 18 meters, as the evidence by the trace on the tree, and also in the presence of the subsidence in the coastal area to the vertical movement of the plate during the big earthquake of prior to the tsunami 2004. So we move on the volcanic eruption. This is the example of the ultra-plinian eruption of the Samalas volcano located at Lombok Island. I think we have we can see the beauty of the Segoro Anak Lake. However, the beauty of the lake, the crater lake or the caldera, was produced by the very deadly eruption in 13th century. It was at the time very limited documentation during that time. However, we can see very clearly the global impact of the ultra-plinian eruption of the Indonesian volcano, the example of the Samalas 1258 AD on the northern as well as the southern hemisphere. So we see here very interesting slide, yeah, those all of that ultra-plinian eruption of Samalas have the impact to the aerosol impact into the atmosphere, leading to the significant global climatic disturbance, including the year without summer. This global cooling caused widespread crop failure and also the famine, with far-reaching effect even in the region like London, as demonstrated in the cover of the Archaeology magazine. The accompanying image, archaeological excavation, signifies the broader consequences of the such event, linking to the environmental disaster, to the human mortality and the societal disruption during the historical period. This eruption provides a crucial case study on the importance of the understanding of the intersection between geological event and their impact on the human history and the global climate disturbance. This is the example of the data of the stratospheric sulfate aerosol injection at the ice core taken at the Greenland as well as in Antarctica. We can see the very high amount of the concentration of the aerosol sulfate produced by the volcanic eruption. We have some example here. Both Samalas have the very great impact on the northern hemisphere as well as in the southern hemisphere. Not only on this volcano, but also we can see some other volcanoes like Gunung Laki and Gunung Krakatau at 1883, as well as the Tambora at 1815. And recently in 1991, we have also the big eruption of Pinatubo, where the stratospheric ejection reached the northern and the southern pole of our Earth. So from this data, we can see clearly that the volcano from southern hemisphere, even the Samalas, is much higher. The impact is much higher compared to a very famous eruption of Tambora in 1815. So it is clearly to show us how big the impact of the volcanic eruption in Indonesia. And so this is the illustration of the global impact of ultra-Plinian eruption of the Samalas as the visualization about the volume of the ejected materials and also the indirect cascading hazards caused by this eruption. So I would like to come up with disaster risk management in Indonesia from the conceptual approach to the policy implementation. So in Indonesia context, we see that we are the combination of the natural setting as well as the human imprint. So this combination make us high vulnerability, high risk in terms of the disaster. So how to do so from geographical perspective? So we during our undergraduate courses, all of us we know about this and the key questions in the geographical perspective. We talk about what, where, when, how, why, and who. That the object of the question can be linked to the disaster. This is the key questions that we can utilize as a geographer to understand the disaster. So, in this slide, I would like to visualize the ingredient of disaster risk that comprise of the hazards and also the vulnerability. So in the hazards, we have the hydroclimatic related hazard and also the geological related hazards. So in terms of the vulnerability as the major component of the risk, we have the physical, social, economic, structural, political, and cultural vulnerability, as well as we also have the capacity that our society have, including the physical, social, economic, and also structural, political, and cultural capacity. And this hazard vulnerability capacity as the function, as the compound of the disaster risk that we can calculate, we can estimate the potential damages and also potential loss from no loss to the total loss. And then we talk about the geospatial approach to manage disaster risk reduction. We all understand that geographical characteristic of Indonesia as archipelago is very important to understand in the context of the geospatial. So they are considered exposed to either geomorphological, geological, and hydrological disaster, as we have very heterogeneous geocharacteristic, and geospatial approach is very important as a baseline to pursue the disaster resilience. Why? Because the geocharacteristic indicate the various hazard susceptibility pattern in each of the locus. So the geospatial approach here helps to identify the pattern and hazard likelihood. In addition, in each of the locus, we confronted with the diverse vulnerable groups of the people, the element at risk, and the capacity and the risk. Endowed with more than 270 million of the population of Indonesia, portray a vulnerable nation in the context of the disaster and the climate change. However, the existing fact had pushed Indonesia to focus on increasing its capacity to reduce the disaster risk, adapt the climate change, and the aim for the resilient community. So this is the example of the geospatial, the importance of the geospatial approach taken by our government in order to spatially represent the geospatial data of the disaster. So it's not only the spatial approach, but also the temporal approach is very important. This also presented by the previous presenter using the GEE, that the temporal approach is very important. It's not only context of land clearing, but also on the disaster. This is the example that we can express that risk map, hazards map, vulnerable map is not static map, but it's a very dynamic map that is controlled by many factors. So in terms of the temporal approach, we have to talk about the hazard frequency, the return period of the occurrences, the vulnerability likelihood, and what kind of the vulnerability group of vulnerable people in the 5, 10 years or the decade later on, and the risk profile, the time dynamic of the risk profile, and the dynamic of the capacity. And we need quantification in terms of the spatial modeling, statistical modeling, using the deterministic modeling as well as the probabilistic modeling. We have now the very advanced technology using machine learning, using GeoAI. I think it's very helpful for us in the disaster risk modeling. So this is the risk index map in Indonesia for give us the example how important the geospatial data is in order to monitor the disaster risk in Indonesia, because disaster is the geographical data related to the coordinate, related to the point, related to the line, and related to the polygon in the area in the certain area of Indonesia. So we come up with some conclusion. First, disaster risks are very fundamental threat to development program that to set back decade of the development achievement. So investing in DRR or DRM provide multiple benefit. It helps avoid losses when disasters strike and unlock development potential and produce the economic, social, and as well as environmental benefit. So the collaboration among stakeholders are mandatory. So I think the governmental body should collaborate with the private sectors, academia, community, media. So multiple highly collaboration basically is very important to handle the disaster. So in terms of the geographical perspective, heavily relied on the pursuing geospatial, temporal, and contextual approach to minimize the disaster risk. I think the role of the geographer is very important on disaster risk management in this context. So in many cases, the hazard cannot be controlled. However, we can put the special attention to reduce the vulnerability and also to enhance the capacity. Last but not least, that the availability of the geospatial data on multi-temporal basis play a very important role to address the precise and also the high quality of the decision on DRR and also CCE, or the climate change adaptation and mitigation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your kind attention. We take some question and some remark from the audience. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Danang Sri Harmoko, for such an insightful and also impactful presentation. And it's also a reminder to us who live in Indonesia that we are under the threat of natural disasters and we have to prepare for the worst condition. Now we will proceed to the Q&A session. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for Dr. Danang, please write them in the chat box or the YouTube or in the YouTube comments. And also, alternatively, you may use the raise hand features if you would like to ask your question directly. Okay, Dr. Danang, we have one question for you. What disaster mitigation strategy do you recommend for Indonesia, considering that Indonesia has a population of 2,071 million of people, and we have to admit that Indonesian has a low awareness of disaster mitigation, and we also have a condition of uneven disaster mitigation infrastructure. And what do you think, Dr. Danang?
Yeah, so I think in Indonesia, we know we have a lot of challenges, but we can see the achievement of Indonesia as a whole country during last 20 years, since tsunami of Aceh 2004 and major earthquakes at Yogyakarta 2006. Those disasters became the momentum of Indonesia to establish national law of development of disaster mitigation, and this law released in 2007. So after 2007 and up to now, a lot of improvement in terms of the governance, in terms of the regulation, in terms of the instrument, in terms of the methodology, in terms of many things, in terms of the monitoring, in terms of many things related to the disaster. We need to appreciate about this, this progress of disaster management in Indonesia. However, we have still a lot of challenges in terms of and the logistics, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of the real time of monitoring of the disaster, as well as the early warning in the remote area of Indonesia. Since we have very remote islands, it's very challenging to reach in terms of the providing logistics during the emergency. So I think and the knowledge, the capacity development, and the awareness is very important to our people in Indonesia. It's not only the responsibility of the government, but also a responsibility of all of us as academia, as the private sectors, as the media, as many sectors have a collective responsibility to educate the people. Because not all disaster can be controlled, cannot be anticipated. For example, earthquakes is very difficult to predict in the real time. So no, we know where the vulnerable area of the earthquakes, but when is very difficult to inform. So what we need to do is the awareness, the preparedness of the people related to the behavior of the understanding of the behavior of the disaster is very important area to be understood. And I would like to highlight that the role of the geographer are very important in disaster risk management in Indonesia. Geospatial data is absolutely needed in order to precise in order to mandatory instrument on disaster decision-making process, for example, on the providing logistics, on the providing information of the vulnerable group of the people, for example, the elderly, the elderly people, disabilities, etc. The logistics have to be have to utilize the geospatial data. So I think our role is very important in terms of disaster management. So that's all my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dana, for the answer. And we now have another question from, again, Mr. Gema Bangsawan, Junior Research from Research and Development Agency, Goa Regency, South Sulawesi. Disasters are inevitable, but their impacts can be mitigated if we have a well-measured and rapidly applicable disaster management system. Given the high number of casualties in Indonesia, where do the weaknesses lie in our disaster management system?
Sorry, would you please repeat? Sorry, it's not clear in my side. So sorry for that.
Okay. So it's from Mr. Gema Bangsawan from BPBD Goa, Sulawesi. Disasters are inevitable, but their impacts can be mitigated if we have a well-measured and rapidly applicable disaster management system. Given the high number of casualties in Indonesia, where do the weaknesses lie in our disaster management system?
Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned previously, that we have all the instruments in terms of the regulation, in terms of guideline, in terms of everything, and I would like to highlight that also almost all provinces and kabupaten in Indonesia have BPBD, right? We have a BPBD in provincial and also kabupaten level. However, we need to mainstream again all the disaster values, disaster mitigation values, mindset, and spirit have to be spread out in different sectors. Not on disaster management is not merely independent process, but it's embedded to the values, embedded to the principle, embedded to the spirit, even embedded to the development process, embedded to many sectors. Economic development have to be included. Disaster management, education have to be included. disaster management. So even infrastructure development have to consider disaster management. Investment have to consider the disaster management. For example, if we like to develop some commercial area, we need to consider the tata ruang. We need to consider spatial planning, and the spatial planning have to consider the risk information, the risk dynamic of that certain area in order to avoid the potential loss in the future in terms of a disaster strike. So I think this is very strategic issues to be embedded in many sectors. Yeah, in many sectors. Now we have the system of the risk insurance, for example, have to be embedded in our planning. In university, for example, capacity development, research, education, and community services is very crucial also. Yeah, to be embedded in our curricula. Not only in the higher education, in elementary schools, in the basic education, in elementary, in senior high school, have to be embedded. So I think we are moving forward. Yeah, I'm very optimistic in the future we can achieve in the certain level of the public awareness of the disaster risk management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Danang, for your insightful and thorough responses, and thank you to all of the participants for your active engagement during this Q&A session. Before we proceed to the break, we will have a award session with Dr. Danang, and in this session, we would like to share the certificate for Dr. Danang and also take documentation. We would like to express our gratitude for the knowledge and also the opportunity given by Dr. Danang to discuss today. Hopefully, we can collaborate again in another occasion. Okay, I will now count down for the screenshot. 3, 2, 1, and screenshot.
Thank you very much, Pak Dekan, and also Pak Aziz, and all colleagues from UMS. Thank you so much. Appreciate.
Thank you very much for Dr. Danang. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Dr. Danang, for your valuable contribution, and let us give him a virtual round of applause. Now we will continue with the presentation by Dr. Siti Hadiati Nur Hafida on the topic of disaster adaptation for students, the key to building resilience. But before that, maybe we will have a break session, and I hand the session back to the moderator. Thank you for the attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Lam Kwak Choi and Dr. Danang Sri Hadmoko. And also thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Anissa Trisnia Sasmi. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session is break for about 10 minutes. We will back to this room at 10 and 15.
Surakarta, atau dikenal dengan Solo, merupakan kota terbesar kedua yang terletak di Jawa Tengah. Dengan tagline The Spirit of Java, Solo menjadi kota yang sangat ramah dan penuh dengan budaya. Salah satu hal yang menjadi daya tarik masyarakat datang ke kota Solo adalah pendidikan. Didukung sarana pendidikan mulai dari taman kanak-kanak hingga pendidikan tinggi, Solo tetap mengedepankan pendidikan sebagai prioritas yang tidak dapat dikesampingkan. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta sebagai universitas Muhammadiyah ternama di Indonesia. Terletak di kota Solo, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta telah mengabdikan diri dengan menyumbang sumber daya unggul kepada negara Republik Indonesia. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1958, saat ini Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta berhasil menempati 10 besar jajaran perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia. Hingga kini, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta telah memiliki 12 fakultas dan 60 program studi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Komunikasi dan Informatika, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Geografi, Fakultas Agama.
From the next keynote and invited speaker. The invited speaker is Dr. Siti Hadiyati Nur Hafida SPD MSc from Geography Education Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And the third keynote speaker is Professor Tayyip Boumeza from University Hasan II de Casablanca. All presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Bapak Hamim Zaki Hadi Bashir, SSC MGIS. Allow me to read his short biography. Bapak Hamim Zaki Hadi Bashir, SSC MGIS, currently is a Geography Technic lecturer in Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. He is studying his doctoral degree in University of Galway, Ireland, master degree in Geographic Information System in University of Queensland, Australia. And he studied bachelor degree in Gajah Mada University. He writes, teaches, and researches in remote sensing and geography information system. Hello, Bapak Hamim. Good morning. Is it morning in Ireland? Have you been in this room? Hello, Bapak Hamim. Okay. There's a bit trouble from Pak Hamim. Oh, it cannot be unmute also. Okay. Hello, Pak Hamim?
Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes, can hear your voice.
Okay.
Bapak
Okay,
Hamim,
thank you, Mbak
your
Ati, for
voice
the
clear?
introduction. Could you hear my,
Time
okay,
is
my
here.
voice is clear? Okay. Okay, let me begin.
Okay,
Yeah.
please.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Anti, for the introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 6th International ICGDM. It's an honor for me to have all of you in this session. In this session, we will begin with presentation from Bu Siti Hadiati Nurhafida, and then followed by Prof. Tayyip. And then first, I would like to introduce Ibu Dr. Siti Hadiati Nurhafida. She is a renowned expert in disaster management. I will read her CV beforehand. She was graduated from Geography Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, UMS, since 2017, and then she received her master degree from UGM in Environmental Sciences, and currently she is a lecturer in Geography Education Department, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, and she will give a speech regarding disaster management in terms of the adaptation and then in the perspective of student. And without further ado, let me invite Ibu Dr. Siti Hadiati Nurhafida to present his speech.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hamim. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay, let me share my screen. Do you see my screen, Dr. Hamim?
Okay, I can see your screen. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, all. Thank you for the opportunity that given to me to speak at this international conference. On this occasion, actually, my presentation is almost same with Dr. Danang, but I will discuss about the importance of disaster adaptation for students in Indonesia. And in this presentation, we will look at the challenge faced by students and the education sector and how we prepare students to be more resilient in the face of disaster. Before we discuss about disaster adaptation, let me give a brief overview of the disaster situation that occurred in Indonesia throughout 2024. According from BNPB data from January to October 2024, Indonesia experienced 1,667 disasters. From this picture, we know that Indonesia is very vulnerable to various types of natural disaster. And this disaster not only have a direct impact on society, but also affect the education sector and the life of students in Indonesia. The diversity of disaster that occur in Indonesia is very striking, from flood that hit several areas to landslide that threaten mountainous area to earthquake and volcanic eruption, which are the main threat in many places in Indonesia. And each of these incidents require us to be more prepared and responsive in dealing with them, especially in the context of the world of education. Next, we will discuss why Indonesia has a high level of disaster complexity. There are four main factors. First is high vulnerability. Indonesia is very vulnerable to natural disaster because many areas located along the Pacific Ring of Fire. So Indonesia is very vulnerable to many natural hazards, including earthquake, volcanic eruption, tsunami, flood, and landslide. In addition, many areas in Indonesia have a very high potential for landslide and flood, especially in mountainous area or area with high rainfall. Vulnerability is also influenced by socio-economic conditions such as poverty, which make it difficult for people to recover from disaster. And the second factor is geographic factor. Indonesia is located at the intersection of three major tectonic plates, Indo-Australian, Eurasian, and Pacific. This makes Indonesia highly vulnerable to earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic activity. The diversity of this geographical condition creates challenge in disaster management. And the third factor The third factor is climate change. Global climate change also significantly impact the frequency and intensity of natural disaster in Indonesia. Extreme temperature change, unexpected increase in rainfall, and rising sea level cause disasters such as flooding and coastal erosion to occur more frequently. The increased frequency of extreme weather, such as strong wind and heavy rain, also potentially increase the number of disasters that threaten in Indonesia. And the fourth factor is high population density. Indonesia has a very large population and high population density in many areas. From example, Java Island, despite being the most densely populated island, continues to be the center of economic, educational, and social activities. This makes the region increasingly vulnerable to the impact of disaster because many people live in a limited area, so the potential for damage and casualties also increase. These four factors explain why Indonesia faces major challenge in dealing with and managing disaster. Its high vulnerability coupled with complex geographic factor, unpredictable climate change, and ever increased population density make Indonesia a country that highly vulnerable to disaster. All of us need to understand this factor to design more effective disaster mitigation strategy, especially in the context of education, to equip future generation with the knowledge and skill needed to deal with them. And next, we will focus on several disasters that common in Indonesia. Firstly is flooding. Flooding is a disaster that is very requiring in various regions in Indonesia and has a wide impact not only on people's life, but also on the education sectors. Several factors cause flooding in Indonesia, such as high rainfall, land conversion and deforestation, population density, poor drainage management, and climate change. Floods are disasters that damage the physical and significantly disrupt the education sectors. In facing this reality, we must strengthen the education system to adapt to disaster conditions. One way is to introduce the disaster education that can equip students and teachers with the knowledge and skill to face and overcome the impact of disaster, especially flood. And the second disaster is volcanic eruption. We know that Indonesia is located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, an area with very high volcanic activity. So it's unsurprising that this country has more than 127 active volcanoes. Some volcanoes that often experience major eruption include Mount Merapi in Central Java, Mount Sinabung in North Sumatra, and Mount Agung in Bali. Volcanic eruption can cause very broad and dangerous impact directly and indirectly. Large eruption produce volcanic ash, lava, and other volcanic materials that affect people's life around the volcano. In addition, volcanic eruption often followed by secondary phenomena such as lahar, landslide, or maybe tsunami. Volcanic eruption in Indonesia have greatly impact on the education sector, physically damage to school infrastructure, disruption of teaching and learning activities, and the dislocation of student and teacher, some impact that must be faced. Therefore, we need to develop a more disaster resilient education system by including disaster education as a part of the curriculum to prepare students and teachers for potential disaster, including volcanic eruption. The third common disaster is landslide. We know that landslides are the movement of soil mass that this can do to certain factors. And in Indonesia, this disaster often occur in mountainous area or area with quite steep slope. Landslide usually occur after high rainfall, which cause the soil to become saturated with water and lose its strength to withstand its loads. In addition to rainfall factor, landslide can be triggered by human activities that do not consider environmental aspects such as deforestation, mining, and development. Landslide can have a very damaging impact on people's life and important sector, including education. Landslide that cover road or damage building can isolate area, damage infrastructure, and cause major material loss. And landslide are disasters that cause major disruption in the education sector. Some of the impact that often occur are destroying infrastructure, isolating area, and disrupting access to education. Therefore, we need to introduce the concept of disaster risk reduction in the education system. And the first common natural disaster in Indonesia is earthquake. Indonesia is very prone to earthquake, especially because Indonesia located at the meeting point of the major tectonic plates, and the Pacific Ring of Fire make Indonesia very vulnerable to earthquake. An earthquake is natural event due to the shifting or movement of tectonic plates beneath the Earth's surface. Earthquake can occur suddenly, often without prior warning, with impact that can damage building and infrastructure and cause loss of life. Large earthquake followed by aftershock can cause severe structural damage and worsen post-disaster condition. The earthquake in Indonesia has greatly impacted the education sector, both physically, psychologically, and operationally. Damage to infrastructure. Sorry, Dr. Hamim, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, I can hear your voice clearly.
Okay. The earthquake in Indonesia has greatly impacted the education sector, both physically, psychologically, and operationally. And damage to infrastructure, disrupting to teaching and learning activities, and dislocation of student and teacher are some major challenges in earthquake. Therefore, it is important to integrate disaster education into curriculum and build earthquake-resistant school with good mitigation system so education can continue even when disaster occur. School have very important role in dealing with disaster, not only as a place to learn, but also as a place that can provide protection and support recovery to community. There are three roles for school in disaster management. First is safe haven. Schools are vital as a refuge or haven for students and community around the school when disaster. School, especially those in disaster-prone area, can be converted into temporary evacuation site for affected residents. School must be designed and prepared to accommodate many people by providing basic facilities such as clean water, food, and temporary bed. The second goal is educational hubs. In addition to functioning as a place of shelter, school also as educational hubs that provide important information related to disaster preparedness and management. School can teach students about the risk of disaster in their area and the skill and knowledge needed to survive and reduce the impact of disaster. By including disaster education in curriculum, school can teach students how to deal with disaster, such as safe evacuation, first aid, and disaster risk reduction. This disaster education program is not only limited to theory, but also involve exercise and simulation to improve preparedness. And the third role is preparedness plan. School need to have a major preparedness plan to deal with various types of disaster. The preparedness plan cover a variety of things such as evacuation procedure, disaster simulation, crisis communication, and mental and psychosocial preparedness. This preparedness plan applies not only when disaster occurs, but also in recovery phase after disaster. School need clear steps to continue educational activity, conduct physical recovery, and provide emotional support to students and educators. The role of school in disaster management is very important and multidimensional. Okay, from BNPB data, Indonesia is a country that located in disaster-prone area with various natural disasters such as earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption, flood, and landslide. According to LETS data, around 250,000 number of elementary school, junior high school, senior high school, and vocational high school located in disaster-prone area, meaning that 75% of school in Indonesia potentially have disaster. School in this disaster-prone area face major safety, preparedness, and post-disaster recovery challenge. With such a large number, we must understand that this school not only serve as place of education, however, we must also ready to be place of refugee and support disaster mitigation and adaptation effort. Here's some example of natural disaster that have had a direct impact on school in Indonesia. Tsunami Aceh in 2004, earthquake Yogyakarta in 2006, eruption Mount Sinabung in 2010, and the last flood in Jakarta in 2013. Therefore, we need to strengthen the preparedness and capacity of school to deal with disaster and ensure that disaster education is implemented in the curriculum to improve the resilience and responsiveness of students, teacher, and entire education community in school. School must be prepared not only as place to learn, but also as a safe place during and after disaster. Natural disaster can significantly impact the education sector. There are three impacts on school because disaster. First is disruption to education. Natural disaster often cause significant disruption to education process. When disaster occur, many schools are forced to close temporarily for the safety of students and teaching staff. This hinders the smooth running of the teaching and learning process, which can affect the quality of education in the long term. The second impact is damage to infrastructure. Physically damage to school infrastructure is one of the most visible impacts after disaster. Natural disasters such as earthquake, tsunami, flood, or maybe volcanic can damage and destroy school building, educational infrastructure, and public facilities that used by students and staff. And the third impact is threat to student safety. Natural disaster can cause injury or even loss of life of student, teacher, and school staff. In addition to direct physical threat, disaster can affect safety more broadly. These three impacts are interrelated and have long-term effect on the quality of education and student well-being. Therefore, every school must have a strong preparedness plan to reduce the risk and impact of disaster. Despite school critical role in disaster management, several key challenges often hinder effective disaster preparedness and response in school. First is limited resources. Limited resources are one of the school's most significant challenges in dealing with disaster. Many schools, especially those in remote or less developed area, often need help to provide the facilities and infrastructure needed for disaster preparedness. And the second is inadequate training. School need to have staff trained in disaster management, but the train often need improvement and continuous development. And the third aspect is community engagement. To deal with disaster effectively, school and surrounding community must be involved, including parents of students, government, and local organizations. To overcome this challenge, a coordinated effort between the government, educational institution, and community is needed to improve school capacity for disaster preparedness. And why we need disaster adaptation in school? First, we must to ensuring student safety. Student safety is top priority in the face of disaster. Every school must have a clear and structural preparedness plan to protect students from the danger posed by natural disaster. And the second is to minimizing educational disruption. A natural disaster often disrupt education, but with the proper adaptation measure, this disruption can be minimized. And the second is to build resilience infrastructure. Resilience infrastructure is important to school, so school can function well in any situation. Strong infrastructure can reduce damage and speed up post-disaster recovery. This adaptation must be start with careful planning, regular training, and active involvement from various parties, including the government, community, and educational organization. With good preparedness, school can be safe and stable place for students to learn and thrive even amid natural disaster. And this is the strategy for essential to ensuring that schools are effectively and responsively prepared for disaster. There are 5 strategies. First is emergency drill and procedure. Structure, emergency drill, and transparent procedure are essential to preparing students and school staff with disaster. With proper drill, disaster response can be smooth and coordinated. The second strategy is stockpiling emergency supplies. Preparing emergency supplies is critical to ensure that school can survive during and after disaster. These supplies help ensure that students and staff have access to necessity needed to survive and recover. And the third strategy is strengthening school building. Disaster resilient school infrastructure is the foundation of school disaster preparedness. Building or strengthening building that can withstand natural disasters such as earthquake, flood, or maybe volcanic eruption is essential to protect students and staff. And the fourth strategy is integrating disaster education. Disaster education must be part of the school curriculum to foster early awareness and preparedness in students. Through disaster education, students can learn how to identify potential disaster, how to deal with disaster, and what action to take when disaster. And the 5th strategy is collaborating with authorities. Collaboration with authorities and related institutions is essential to improve school capacity in responding to disaster. School cannot work alone in responding to disaster. School need to build partnership with various parties, including local and national government, disaster management agency, non-government organization, or maybe local communities. By implementing this strategy, school can become safer and more prepared to deal with disaster and continue their educational function even in emergency. Disaster adaptation is not a one-time process, but rather a lifelong learning process that must be undertaken by all parties involved in the education system, from student and teacher to school. Learning about dealing with disaster and mitigating their impact must continue even after the disaster pass away. In this context, we can see 3 important elements in the lifelong learning process. First, about continuous learning. Continuous learning is the heart of disaster adaptation process. It includes constantly updating the knowledge and skill needed to deal with disaster more effectively. This learning must involve all school members in facing challenges that might arise in the future. And the second is teacher development. Ongoing training for teachers and educators is vital to enhance their knowledge and skill. And the third is practical drill. Practical drill is important aspect of ensuring disaster preparedness in school. Learning how to act in emergency should be done through actual and repeat exercise.
I'm sorry, Bu Hafida. 1 minute left.
Okay. Disaster adaptation as a lifelong learning process is a practical approach to improving school resilience to natural disaster. With continuous learning, ongoing teacher development, and regular practical exercise, school can ensure that everyone is better prepared for disaster, involving all stakeholders in this process: student, teacher, staff, community, parents, will strengthen the education system and help create safer and more resilience in school. With this strategy, we prepare school for disaster and form sustainable living in school. Okay, maybe. Okay, this is the end of my presentation, Dr. Hamim. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hafida, for the presentation. It's very insightful, and we know that from your presentation, basically disaster preparedness, disaster adaptation, education should be done, should be educated, start from the primary and secondary school. And this is a quick question already we got from the audience, from Mas Yahya. Mas Yahya is asking about how geography studies can contribute to assessing long-term environment impact of disaster in Indonesia. Yeah,
Okay, as student in geography, yeah, Dr. Hamim.
yeah,
Maybe we know that Indonesia in geography, we know about spatial region in Indonesia, and we know about the vulnerability aspect in every region. So I think geographer can be socialist to community or maybe their friends about vulnerability in every region. So every community can know about vulnerability in their region. I think like that, Dr. Hamim.
Okay, Dr. Hafida. Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Hafida. Then move to the next question. It's kindly engaging presentation from you and raise many questions. And this is the next question from Pak Gema Bangsawan, junior research from Research and Development Agency, Goa Regency, South Sulawesi. And his question is, according to the low level of our students' disaster literacy and awareness of disaster threat, how can academics contribute in that things?
Okay. Many research that already done said that students in Indonesia have low level of preparedness. So one strategy to improve the preparedness in student is integrate the disaster education in curriculum. But until now, curriculum in Indonesia not include disaster education. Disaster education or maybe education materials just give in aspect in subject geography saja, only geography. So it not include in all the subject in school. So I think disaster education will be more effective. It will be included in all subjects, not only in geography. And disaster material just in geography in class 11. I think that's doctor.
Oh, okay. Nice answer, Dr. Hafida. And basically, the disaster awareness and education should be included in every subject as possible. Okay. And then, Dr. Hafida, if you don't mind, we would like to move to the next presenter. And after the next presenter, we will have a Q&A for both of you, for you and Prof. Taib. Maybe it can be more integrated session. And then we will move to certificate appreciation process. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Hafida, let's move to the next presenter. Okay, the next presenter is Prof. Taib Boumaza. Prof. Taib, could you hear my voice? Oh, yeah. Still waiting from Prof. Taib. And while waiting for Prof. Taib, I have a question for you, Dr. Hafida. Since you are an expert in disaster management, especially for educating the primary and secondary school, my question is, based on your experience from the field, what are the main challenges in educating disaster adaptation for primary and secondary education level?
Okay, Dr. Hamim. Disaster adaptation is lifelong learning and have several challenges in this process, especially in the limited access to education, because many individuals, particularly in marginal community, lack access to formal education or training about disaster. Many school doesn't have training about disaster in school. And the second is motivation and engagement from school to integrate disaster in their curriculum. And also about the pedagogical challenge, because for disaster material, it need to effective delivery method to deliver disaster to student. And I think it's challenge that will happen in disaster adaptation in school.
Oh, yeah, okay, nice. And then from your experience, do you have some kind of interesting aspect regarding the culture? Maybe when you are educating the student in Yogyakarta, maybe different from Surakarta, or maybe you have done some training in outside of Java Island or other places. Do you have any kind of interesting or some specific characteristics when you are educating this disaster in that kind of education in different areas?
Okay. I already give disaster education in several area, but in Java Island, only in Java Island, especially in the mountainous Merapi, Mount Merapi, especially in Mount Merapi. And when I give a disaster education about Mount Merapi in student, sorry, Dr. Hamim, what the question?
Yeah. Basically, do you think the culture impacts the way you teach the education material?
Okay, the culture is most important role when I give a disaster education to student, because we know that every student have their knowledge and skill, and I must include the culture to follow their knowledge. So local knowledge is important when I give disaster education to students.
Okay. So when you give education regarding volcano areas and then for the coastal are different, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the most challenging disaster area based on your experience? Is it volcanic vulnerable area or coastal area or maybe in the city or what?
Maybe in the mountainous area because student lack of access to information and especially student just follow the instruction from their villager or community and student doesn't give the opportunity to yeah student doesn't give opportunity to evacuate themselves. They just only follow the instruction for villager or community.
Okay. Quite interesting. Okay. And then we are still waiting for Prof. Type. And the audience, if you have any more question, you can raise your hand or just type in the chat box. It's very welcome for you. Because I think in this session, we can learn the best practice from Dr. Hafida based on her experience in the field, not just from literature. I think it's kind of interesting. Yeah. Do you have any more question from the audience? Or the committee? The committee also raise your question. It's okay. Okay. And then if there is no question, we are still have more time because we are still waiting for Prof. Taib. Then, Pak Aditya Saputra raising hand. Okay.
Pak Amir.
Yeah, Pak
Thank
Aditya
you
Saputra.
very much, Pak Amir, Ma'am Bu Hafida. Can you hear my voice?
It's clear, Dr. Aditya.
Yeah, I think it's important the early education of the disaster management or disaster things in early primary early learning school, primary school, and the secondary schools. But also, I think want to add some information to this audience and this forum. The other important thing is also the risk perception. So many people in Indonesia didn't realize that he live in very dangerous area, very hazardous area. I survey for more than 200 people in Bantul after Bantul earthquake. His house is collapsed, but again, after he rebuilt the house, I asked, "Do you think this place is safe?" And they all answer, "Yes, it's safe." So I think the perception is quite serious. I mean, we need effort for a long time to change the mindset, the local people, and also as well as the students. So if we only rely on this matter on the school, I think people only school for more than 6 hours. In the rest is they stay at home. So I think it's important to build the family resilience. That's the point, Pak Hamim. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Aditya Saputra. Dr. Hafida, would you like to give some kind of interactive discussion with Dr. Aditya?
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Adit because I already doing research in non-disaster prone area in the Mount Merapi, and they said that they think that their region is safe and they doesn't want to learn about disaster because they think that it's safe. So I don't want to learn about disaster. Yeah.
Oh,
I agree with Dr. Adit.
Nice, okay. Dr. Aditya Saputra, would you like to give some additional comment?
yeah. So by this, it's means this means so. I think we need more campaign of uh, disaster resilience. We need more effort to socialize the hazard and risk uh, from the research to the community. So by doing the massive campaign to the community, I think it will close the gap between the research and the community perception. Yeah, school is one of the way to teach the students and also the family. And I think by collaborate with the NGO, also the local community, I think it's very best way to deliver how to survive in the hazardous area. So the idea is not to relocate the people, but we train the local community to have a best capacity and best resilience to face the disaster. Against the relocation is the option, the last option, yeah, for the community. Yes, I think that's all. But I mean, thank you very much for this
Okay,
opportunity.
thank you very much, Dr. Aditya Saputra, for your interactive discussion with us. And Prof. Type already in the Zoom. Assalamualaikum, Prof. Type Bomaza. Yeah. Could you hear my voice, Prof. Type?
You need to unmute him.
Oh, yeah. I have, wait, Prof. Type. Yeah. I have asked him to unmute. Maybe still waiting confirmation from him. Prof. Type?
Yes, you heard me.
Okay. Yeah, nice to
Okay.
hear you. Okay, Prof.
Okay.
Type. My name is Hamim. I'm from Geography Department from UMS Surakarta, and I will be your moderator in the session.
You are welcome.
Yeah. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the next keynote speaker. The next keynote speaker will be delivered by Prof. Type Bomeaza. Prof. Type Bomeaza is from Faculty of Letters and Humanities, Hassantou University of Casablanca, Morocco. And he is the director of Laboratory of Space and Society Dynamics, as well as coordinator of doctoral program in coastal environment, physical natural heritage, urban planning, logistics, and tourism. And we are eager to hear your presentation, Prof. Type.
Okay.
Okay, and Prof. Type, the screen is yours. The time is 15 minutes starting from now, and then follow up by Q&A session.
don't think that I will take that more than 10 minutes because it's 5 o'clock in the morning. So for you, it's the day and it's the middle day. I will talk about, you heard me now?
Yeah, right now.
Okay. I will talk about two subjects. The first subject is about the Moroccan coast in the north of the Mediterranean coast and also in the west of the Atlantic coast. And the third, it's about the African west coast to have the difference of the evolution and the impact of the global change on these coasts. If there is a problem and if there is no interventions of the states of these areas.
Prof Type, I'm sorry, Prof Type. I think you forgot to share your screen. Could you please share your screen?
Yes, I'm trying how to do that.
Yeah, I have assigned you as co-host. Yeah, I
okay,
think you
okay. It's okay?
Yeah, very nice.
Okay. The problem of the coastline on an international scale is an area where the hazard of climate change has become the most attractive, the most worrying, and the most devastating almost everywhere in the world. This area is the most dynamic economically in the terms of urban. It's just an introduction. In terms of economic exchange and in terms of tourist activity on a global scale. For the Moroccan coastline, the anthropogenic impact is present because of the poor management of urbanization without taking into account the future conditions of climate change. This problem we have living now of this problem in the north of Morocco. Why? Because of the anarchic urbanization. And also in the west, on the Atlantic coast, the same thing. Maybe we have great development of economic and urbanization of great towns on the coast, but we have usually the problems. Why and how? We don't know. We have the problem that the geographers, they have maybe put outside that as the potential professors may be thinking about how the evolution is the cause. We need only engineering in the civil management, but not geographers. We see not only maybe in Asia or in Africa or in North Africa, but also in Europe, we need now the geographer for the management of the coast. We know exactly that maybe in every time and in every minute we can have a tsunami. And we have a tsunami on the coast, we will have a disaster. So when we can talk about the management of the coast, we must have a staff stuff about how to manage the urbanization on the coast. We have this problem in many areas, and we have many cities and many towns that they have a problem of the limit of the coast between the sea and the continent. So if you are, for example, in the maybe talk in August or in July, for us, it's the period when many persons goes to the coast. But in June, in January, in February, there is no persons because you have a limit between the coast and also the continent. There is no many meters. So we have this problem. And also we use also the sand, the dune. They have been, how to say, the dune, the sand is used for the constructions. So we have this problem. In the north, I say in the north. In the west, we have a great problem because we know that there is many management, urban management, without a future study to take a limit between the coastline and the continent as space for the go and how to say for the waves of the sea or the Atlantic to go and to come. So we have this problem. Now, actually, there is many governor, how to say in France, the governor of the region. They take many care of this. So we have many ideas because we have many, actually, we have many geographers. They have been engaged to be at the staff of the the institution of the government. So they have an idea because we have many students. It belongs to our master that we have we give since 2012. Just now, they have been selected as manager and as how to say thinking about the evolution of the coast. It's this about Morocco. When we talk about the Western Africa, since, for example, Nigeria to Senegal, just 2 minutes, please. For example, you see this Dr. Hamid,
Yes.
you see this image.
Oh, still the PowerPoint slide. Still the PowerPoint slide,
Yes.
not the image. Yeah.
You can see this image of Lagos.
Oh, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see this?
Yeah. I just seen the PowerPoint.
Okay. You have just the PowerPoint. Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Maybe try to reshare your screen.
Yes, excuse me. It's because. Okay. No,
Okay.
it's okay. It's okay.
It's all good. Okay. Yeah.
So I have to, you listen to me now? You listen to me?
Yeah, I can listen to you. Yeah, I can
Okay.
see. Yeah.
If we talk about Morocco, I have just to give you three examples. Three examples. You see the image?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Because maybe we have the problem of the internet, of the Wi-Fi, and so it's this area. What I have done, my studies in 1997, 98, just to 2022, 2002. It's about this area. If I can share this image, you see the image, yes?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. If I will show you the image before they have this area, it was inaugurated by the King Mohammed VI in 2003. It was like this. It was like this area. You have to see about the harbor, how the exposition of the harbor, it was in front of the current of meteor marines. And we have the problem of the engrassment of this port, and we have many sand in this area. This harbor or this port was built without, I mean, and I see that it have been built without consultation with anybody of who's working on the dynamic of the cost. When just maybe 1 month before the King Mohammed VI want to come to inaugurate this airport, this harbor, excuse me, this port, all this area was sanding. There is many sanding. No boat enter and no boat can go out. So they have to done the extraction of the sands. And when we see now, for example, you see that they have blocked the other area because there is no studies about the immigration of the current and the sands on the coast. And we'll have the same problem. Here we are in the frontier with Algeria. We can go, for example, in the west of Morocco. Excuse me, just for the connection.
Still loading. Some of the images
Yes.
are blurred.
Well, just in the west of Morocco. Here, where I live, here is Great Casablanca, 7 million of citizens, and here we have Muhammadiyah between Casablanca and Rabat, the capital. We have the same problem. We have the same problem of the coast, the same thing. But just here, we have the impact of this area of the petrol harbor. This building has defected the current marine in this area. And so we have many areas where we have a problem. So when I talk about the African, we have the same thing. Maybe I will talk about Lagos. Okay. We are talking about Lagos. We have this image of 1222, 1224. But if we can be in 2010, we will see great difference in Lagos. For example, just for example, the image is for 2008. 2008. We are going to church. We are into the month for April 2024. Do you know all this area has been submerged? But we know exactly that in the future, all this area will submit the submergence of the waves. We know that there is a global change and there is great problem on the planet. Maybe all the investment in this area, maybe in 10 years, maybe in 12 years, maybe in 20 years, there will be nothing here. So the same thing, we can see that in all the coast of the west of African, and this maybe it will be the thematic, if you want, we can travel on it. It will be very interesting. And maybe if we have 2 or 3 universities that they have the interest for this, it will be a great pleasure for me. And thank you very much, Dr. Hamid.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Taib, for your interesting presentation regarding the impact of climate change in coastal areas in Morocco. And then because we just have 2 minutes left before Jum'ah prayer in Surakarta, maybe
Hmm?
I just open for a or for one quick question for the audience.
You are welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, one quick question for the audience. You can raise your hand or you can type in your chat box. Yeah. We still have around 2 minutes. It's okay for a quick question because I believe in Surakarta, most of us will have to pray Jum'ah. Yeah, for the audience. Okay, just a quick
Uh,
question from me, Prof.
Dr.
Taib.
Dr. Hamam, yes, I will
Yeah.
send you all the texts because there is decalage. How to say the decalage? There is
Yeah.
difference between your rare, your timing and our timing.
Yeah. Maybe just quick question, Prof. Taib.
No,
What is your hope for the government or agency regarding the development process in coastal areas in Morocco?
We hope we have many organization, NGO working on the problems of the coast, and the NGO they have the impact on the government because we have many freedom, we have many liberty to talk, and we can speak in with the King Mohammed VI. We become really a very democratic kingdom. So we can talk, and everybody can talk, and the institution and the government listen to people, and they push the people to say if there is any problem anywhere in an environment, because when we talk about the environment, we talk from the long area and the long time, for the long time, not for us, but also for the future population and for our child and for our people. So there is many responsible about the region who are they consulting the professors of the universities to as a staff or as just consulting to give them the idea how to can manage, for example, area, for managing about the pollution, how to do about the environment, generally about the environment. It's all.
Oh yeah, thank you, Prof. Taib, for your nice
I
explanation.
will send you my article completely in
Oh.
2 or 3 days, because in Saturday I have travel to France for 5 days, and after my return I will give you that. Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's very generous of you. Thank you very much. And
And
sorry, I forgot that today actually is still Thursday, not Friday. Okay, so a little bit correction because
okay, no
mixed up
problem.
of this recently in my
شكرا
mind.
شكرا.
Yeah. Okay, and then for the audience, do you have any question from Prof. Taib? If there is no more question, we will share the materials from Prof. Taib next time, maybe several days later after the ICGDM.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
and then thank you very much for
Thank you.
your interesting presentation
Thank
regarding
you,
the
Hamid.
climate change
Thank you, Hamid.
impacts in coastal areas. Before we end this session, we would
Yes.
like to invite Dr. Siti Hadiati Nurhafida and Prof. Taib Boumeaza for receiving a token of appreciation in forms of certificate. We have
Okay.
certificate for both of you.
Okay. I will send you my PowerPoint.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Taib. Then
Thank
this
you
is
very
the certificate as a gratitude from us to
Thank
Dr.
you.
Siti Hadiati Nurhafida for giving us very insightful presentation regarding the adaptation of disaster in educational level. And
Thank you
then the
very
next one
much.
is for Prof. Taib Boumeaza from University Casablanca, Morocco, for giving insightful presentation regarding the climate change impact to coastal environment. And
Thank
then
you.
thank you again for all of you, for the audience, Prof. Taib and Dr. Hadiati Nurhafida for your kind and generous time for this session. And then
Thank you.
I will
So,
leave this session here and I will give the session back to Mbak Anti Amania. Mbak Anti Amania, the time is yours.
Thank you everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Siti Hadiati Nurhafida, Professor Education Magister Science, and Prof. Taib Boumeaza. And also thank you very much, Bapak Hamim Zaki Hadi Bashir, MGIS. Thank you. Dear
Okay.
ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Doctora Noor Hafida.
Thank you, Professor Taib. Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, for the next session is break and pray for about an hour. Please be note that after the break and pray at 12:30, we will hold another session with the keynote and invited speaker, Miho Nomura, Magister Science from Kobe University, and Dr. Farha Sattar from Charles Darwin University from Australia. There will be a discussion session also after that. Thank you very much. Please take a break.
Surakarta, atau dikenal dengan Solo, merupakan kota terbesar kedua yang terletak di Jawa Tengah. Dengan tagline The Spirit of Java, Solo menjadi kota yang sangat ramah dan penuh dengan budaya. Salah satu hal yang menjadi daya tarik masyarakat datang ke kota Solo adalah pendidikan. Didukung sarana pendidikan mulai dari taman kanak-kanak hingga pendidikan tinggi, Solo tetap mengedepankan pendidikan sebagai prioritas yang tidak dapat dikesampingkan. Surakarta, atau dikenal dengan Solo, merupakan kota terbesar kedua yang terletak di Jawa Tengah. Dengan tagline The Spirit of Java, Solo menjadi kota yang sangat ramah dan penuh dengan budaya. Salah satu hal yang menjadi daya tarik masyarakat datang ke kota Solo adalah pendidikan. Didukung sarana pendidikan mulai dari taman kanak-kanak hingga pendidikan tinggi, Solo tetap mengedepankan pendidikan sebagai prioritas yang tidak dapat dikesampingkan. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta sebagai universitas Muhammadiyah ternama di Indonesia. Terletak di kota Solo, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta telah mengabdikan diri dengan menyumbang sumber daya unggul kepada negara Republik Indonesia. Sejak didirikan pada tahun 1958, saat ini Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta berhasil menempati 10 besar jajaran perguruan tinggi terbaik di Indonesia. Hingga kini, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta telah memiliki 12 fakultas dan 60 program studi. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Komunikasi dan Informatika, Fakultas Ilmu Kesehatan, Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi, Fakultas Psikologi, Fakultas Geografi, Fakultas Agama Islam, Fakultas Kedokteran Gigi, Fakultas Hukum. Selain program studi sarjana S1, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta juga menyediakan program pasca sarjana S2 dan S3. Untuk menunjang pelaksanaan belajar mengajar, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta dilengkapi dengan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, wacana keilmuan dan keislaman.
UMS adalah pilihan yang tepat bagi saya dalam pengembangan diri dan prestasi. Tidak hanya kegiatan perkuliahan di kelas, sederet kegiatan organisasi kemahasiswaan serta pendampingan yang dilakukan secara intensif menjadi alasan tersendiri bagi saya untuk tidak memilih kampus lain sebagai tempat melanjutkan studi. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, unggul mencerahkan semesta.
Alhamdulillah, saya sangat bangga menjadi bagian dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta yang terakreditasi unggul, atmosfer akademik yang sangat kondusif, fasilitas lengkap, serta hubungan yang harmonis antara mahasiswa, dosen, maupun karyawan. UMS memberikan dukungan yang penuh kepada saya dalam mengembangkan prestasi saya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta adalah salah satu kampus terbaik di Indonesia yang menyandang predikat sebagai kampus unggul. Dengan dukungan sumber daya manusia yang sangat berkompeten, fasilitas yang lengkap, serta iklim akademik yang sangat baik, maka UMS berkomitmen untuk memberikan layanan yang terbaik bagi mahasiswa. Tidak hanya kemampuan akademik, tapi juga pengembangan soft skill maupun prestasi serta minat bakat mahasiswa. UMS unggul mencerahkan semesta. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A week has passed since the heart of Solo welcomed the world. voices of youth from every corner of the globe came together to experience the beauty of a culture rooted in history, the rich heritage of Java, and the spirit of this city, Solo. 3 days may seem brief, but the memories we created will linger for a lifetime. The Student Summit wasn't just an event. It was a journey, a discovery, where we learned not only about this ancient land, but also about each other and ourselves.
Special big thank you to UMS for hosting ISS 2024. Shout out to you guys. Sampai jumpa.
As time moves forward, let us carry the spirit of those moments with us. Let the lessons learned in Solo echo in our hearts, reminding us of the value of unity through diversity, of heritage, and of the power of youth to shape the world.
I face the camera. Hi guys. There are a lot of things happening here. Yeah. Okay. Lights, camera, action. The food is actually very nice as well. And the accommodation, guys, can we talk about the rooms? The rooms are beautiful. And thank you so much, ISS, for the beautiful opportunity. And to Matra, of course, for hosting us and for the beautiful hospitality. Thank you.
Having to draw this has been a very great experience. First time, a lot of mistakes, but I think I can come back and do this again one day.
We get to make this design and I am loving this. I can really see the colors that I put into it. And also the ISS, we have so much fun. It was hectic, but it was a lot of fun and there's no regret. It is amazing.
We are experiencing this view. It's a great view, actually, the mountains around us, and I love the view. But it's a little hot, you know. So that's why we brought our caps and all that stuff. So we will enjoy, inshallah. Thank you.
Sangat bahagia dan merasa saya sangat beruntung ketika ada kesempatan ke Indonesia untuk belajar.
And ISS event to me is very great. I want to say kece banget, very cool for me. After this event, I have a chance to know more about the Solo city culture.
Saya belajar bahasa
apa?
Bahasa Indonesia.
Bahasa Indonesia.
Ya,
bahasa
bahasa Jawa.
Bahasa Jawa. Oke, dua.
Ya.
Loro. Siji. Oke.
Terima kasih panitia UMS telah melaksanakan ISS tahun 2024 dengan baik, amazing. Alhamdulillah terlaksana dengan baik, lancar, dan semoga panitia tetap solid ya. Mungkin nanti kita bisa bekerja sama lagi dari Dikti dengan UMS untuk melaksanakan event-event internasional yang lainnya.
ISS 2024. Keren banget, tamunya joget semuanya asik banget. Tadi saya berasa kecil banget ya di sini ya karena bule-bule semua pada tinggi-tinggi. Pokoknya kesannya luar biasa. Semoga acara ini terus berkembang, bisa kedepannya ada lagi dan semoga mahasiswanya juga happy dengan hiburan saya tadi dan semoga bisa ketemu lagi di lain waktu. Terima kasih.
In those 3 days, we formed connections, shared laughter, and found inspiration. And as we look back, a reminder of the strength found in unity and the beauty of traditions that bind us, no matter where we come from.
Kemudian pesannya bahwa mudah-mudahan di tahun ke depan kegiatan ISETH ini akan lebih baik, kemudian akan memberikan warna tersendiri bagi mahasiswa asing terhadap apa yang dimiliki oleh bangsa Indonesia.
As you carry these memories forward, remember that you now carry a piece of Solo with you. Hopefully, bring you back here someday to continue the story we've begun together. As we come to the close of this remarkable student summit, it's hard to say goodbye. We hope that through this experience, you've seen Solo not just as a city, but as a friend, a place that embraced you, inspired you, and reminded you of the power of unity.
Surakarta, where the people is kind and the weather is nice, with a stunning natural landscape. Matur suwun Muhammadiyah Surakarta, terima kasih. Thank you for this trip. Sampai jumpa.
Thank you for sharing in this journey with us. Our doors will always be open to welcome you back to Solo.
Recording stopped.
Those are information. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Please be stayed on this room. Thank you. Now we have come to our next agenda, listening the presentation from Keynote and invited speaker, Miho Nomura, Magister Science from Kobe University, and Dr. Farha Sattar from Charles Darwin University, Australia. All presentations and discussion will be moderated by our moderator, Ibu Dewi Novitasari, Magister Science. Allow me to read her short biography. Ibu Dewi Novitasari, Magister Science, currently is a Geography Technic in Faculty of Geography, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. She pursued her master degree from Adamik Quiz University for Polandia and bachelor degree from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. She writes, teaches, and researches in Geography Technic and Geography Information Specialist. Hello, Ibu Dewi Novitasari. Have you been ready?
Yeah, hello, Mbak Anti. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, I could hear your voice clearly. Ibu Dewi Novitasari, Magister Science, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Anti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala because of His blessing we are able to come here to join in this conference. My prayers and peace be always upon the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Thank you very much for preparing yourself to join again in our virtual conference. Respectable for all keynote and invited speakers, the honorable lecturers of Faculty Geography UMS, and the honorable all participants of this conference. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Dewi Novitasari. I'm lecturer in Faculty Geography UMS and serve as moderator of this session today. I'm very happy to see you here and welcome all of you to join of the third session of the International Conference of Geography and Disaster Management, ICGDM 2024. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we start the presentation, I would like to read again the sequence of the third conference session today. Before we will move into break room for presenter or author at 13:50, I have several housekeeping in this session. We have two invited and keynote speakers, Miho Nomura and Dr. Farha Sattar, and they will have 20 minutes for presentation. And following next with discussion, question and answer session for around 5 minutes. And then today's session is also being recorded to be available for viewing post-conference. If you have any question for the presenters, please let me know. You can use raise hand feature in this Zoom, or you can also submit a question via the chat feature for presenters to answer after this session. Okay, for those who are not speaker, please turn off your microphone as well so we can focus on the material. And if you have any technical problem or question, please reach me out directly via the chat function. Okay, before we begin, I would like to read the first
recording in progress.
The first invited speakers. Our invited speakers name is Miho Nomura MSc, and she got her bachelor degree in maritime science at Kobe University, Japan, and then master degree also in maritime science, Kobe University. And currently, she's doing a doctoral degree in maritime science, Kobe University, Japan. She will be present about toxicity and environmental residues on non-phthalate plasticizers. Hello, Miho. Can you hear me? Have you joined?
Hello, Miss Dewi.
Hello.
Thank you for
how are
your
you?
introduction. I'm good. Thank you for your introduction.
Okay, so you will present for 20 minutes, yeah, Miho. After that, we got several questions for around 5 minutes. Okay, without any further ado, Miho, the floor is yours.
Okay, can I share my presentation file?
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay. Can I share it?
Okay, wait. Admin, can you make me Nomura as co-host, please? Okay, wait a second. Okay, so now you are co-host. You can share your material, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Can you see my presentation file?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, then let's start
Okay,
it.
it's perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. And wait. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to give this presentation today. And I am especially grateful to Dr. Aditya at UMS for this opportunity. Today, I'd like to talk about my research. Today's topic is toxicity and environmental residues of non-phthalate pesticides. My talk is particularly relevant to those of you who are interested in plastic pollution. First of all, let me introduce myself. I earned a bachelor's degree and a master's degree at Kobe University, Japan. And I enrolled a doctoral course last year in Kobe University last year, and joined a double degree program between Kobe University and Universitas Gajah Mada in Indonesia. And I enrolled again this February. And actually, my major is ecotoxicology and chemical analysis, and not geography. So I cannot talk about geographically things a lot, but I hope you can enjoy my presentation. Today, I'd like to talk along with these contents. My first point concerns plastic waste in Indonesia. As you know, plastic pollution in Indonesia is very serious. And it is said that Indonesia is second in the world in terms of mismanaged plastic waste emissions. And in Indonesia, more than 60% of waste plastics are mismanaged plastic waste, and part of them reaches river and oceans. Especially in Yogyakarta, the amount of mismanaged plastic waste is much more bigger than other cities. And when comparing the amount of mismanaged plastic waste, per capita per day in major Indonesian cities. Yogyakarta has the highest amount, 0.008 kilogram per person per day. It is equivalent to every person in Yogyakarta discard one plastic bag every day. Then, what do you imagine about the effect of plastic waste in water environment? One of the impact is physical impact. I guess you have ever seen pictures like this. Turtles, fish, and seabird can be trapped with ropes, plastic bags, and something other plastic waste. And alternatively, these organisms may mistakenly ingest this plastic waste as food. I think you can imagine this physical impact easily, but plastic pollution has another impact. It is chemical impact. Plastic products contain many kinds of additives to improve their function. For example, UV stabilizer, plasticizers, and flame retardant. And these plastic additives can leach from plastic product into water easily because they do not connect with plastic polymer chemically. And these plastic additives can accumulate into organs. Human at the top of the ecological pyramid may be exposed to high concentration of plastic additives. And in my research, I focus plasticizers. Plasticizer is the most common and especially in people products. It is contained the high ratio. Tarea PPs are used mainly, but these PPs have been found to have endocrine disrupting effect in mammals. And now in EU, the US, and Japan, the use of some PPs is regulated. Then, instead of using PPs, non-phthalate plasticizers, NPPs, have begun to be used as alternative plasticizers. However, there are few reports on the environmental fate and ecological effect of NPPs. Therefore, in my study, I would like to review 4 things. First, how much NPP is eluted from plastic product. Second, what is the behavior? Especially I focus on biodegradation and photodegradation, though. What is the behavior of NPPs leached into the water environment? Third, what is the residual situation in Japan and Indonesia? And fourth, what is the ecological risk of plasticizers to aquatic organisms? These chemical substances are the target plasticizers in my study. And my study can be divided into 2 parts, ecological effect and environmental fate. In ecological effect, I will conduct the toxicity test using aquatic organisms. And in environmental fate, I'm conducting 3 experiments: environmental residue analysis, degradability evaluation, and determine the amount of plasticizers eluted from plastic product. And finally, the two value is calculated. P and EC, predicted no effect concentration, and PEC, predicted environmental concentration. And compare these two values to evaluate the ecological effect of NPPs. Then next, let me share the toxicity data of NPPs to aquatic organisms. I'm conducting toxicity test using these aquatic organisms: macroalgae, microalgae, bacteria, crustaceans, fish, and worms. And for now, NPPs seems to be more toxic to fish than algae, bacteria, and crustaceans. And let me share findings from our laboratory on the effect of NPPs on fish. When Japanese medacar exposed to ATBC, this ATBC is the most popular NPP. So when Japanese medacar are exposed to ATBC, the survival rate decreased rapidly after the exposure. And when the Japanese medacar exposed to DEHS, the thyroid hormone levels significantly reduced, and the size of swim bladders also decreased. And smaller swim bladders lead decreasing swimming performance and effect to their survival. These are just a few examples of the effect of plasticizers on fish. Then, what is the environmental residues of NPPs? I have analyzed the residual concentration of NPPs in Osaka Bay in Japan. Osaka Bay is very close to sea, and surrounded by land. This figure shows the distribution of NPPs in sediment in Osaka Bay, and higher concentration of NPPs were detected at sampling sites near factories. It suggests that these NPPs are contained with high level in wastewater from factories. Then, what is the environmental residues of NPPs in Indonesia, where the plastic pollution is more severe than Japan? I have already conducted sampling at Opak River and Chode River in Yogyakarta. This river through the central Yogyakarta. And I have conducted sampling at May and June and took sediment samples. And residual concentration in Indonesian river were compared with those in Osaka Bay. I know it is difficult to compare directly due to topographical differences, but it's for reference only. The residual average concentration of DEHA in Indonesia is relatively higher than that in Japan. But as for the other NBPs, ATBC, DEHS, DIBA, and TOTM, the concentration of them in Osaka Bay is more higher than that in Indonesian river. But please consider about the plastic pollution situation in Japan and Indonesia. The plastic pollution in Indonesia is more severe than in Japan. But why the residual concentration of NPPs are lower in Indonesia than in Osaka? There are two possible reasons. One of them is difference ignition loss. Ignition loss is similar with the amount of organic carbon in sediment. And it is said that the organic carbon is major factor for sedimentary distribution of plasticizers. And when compared to the ignition loss in Indonesian river and that in Osaka Bay, the ignition loss value in Opakenchole River is much more smaller than that in Osaka Bay. It suggests that sediment in Opakenchole River have a low capacity to absorb plasticizers. And second reason is plasticizers used in Japan and Indonesia may differ. As I mentioned first, in Japan, the use of some phthalate plasticizers is regulated now, and instead of using phthalate plasticizers, non-phthalate plasticizers, NPPs are began to be used. But in Indonesia, as far as I know, there is no regulation like that. So the plasticizers used in Indonesia may be mostly PPs and not to be transition to NPPs. And as I have mentioned, I am studying about the ecological effect and environmental fate of NPPs with the goal of assessing their ecological risk. And to know the residual situation, residual concentration is very important to assess the ecological risk. But residual concentration will be changed on daily basis. And it is extremely difficult to do monitoring the residual concentration because there is no way to determine the residual concentration other than through analysis. Therefore, I would like to break through this problem by collaborating with geography in the future. So far, I investigated the dynamics of plasticizers in water environment. And plasticizers seems to be easily absorb organic matter or forming colloid in water environment. Then I considered, are plasticizers migrating with soil particles in the aquatic environment? And if the movement of soil particles can be simulated, could the dynamics of plasticizers be predicted? Therefore, I will add simulation to my research to estimate the residual status of NPPs in the aquatic environment. As you know, there are many disciplines and they have connection with other disciplines. And for example, as for ecotoxicology, it have a connection with ecology, cell biology, and microbiology, and some other field. But ecotoxicology do not have a connection with geography now. So in my study, I'd like to bridge ecotoxicology and geography to understand the effect of chemical substances in more details. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Miho, for your excellent presentation. So if you have any question for invited speaker, please raise your hand. I will call you to ask the question, or you can also put your question in the chat column below. And don't forget to introduce yourself first. Okay. So this is a really interesting studies, yeah, Miho. Maybe for a quick discussion, we know that the geographical condition between Indonesia and Japan is quite different, yeah, such as climate, soil types, and topographic types. And my question is that the geographical characteristic is affect the distribution of non-patellate plasticere in the environment. How this characteristic can affect the distribution?
Okay. Actually, I'm a beginner of geography, so I cannot explain detail about the topographical difference between Japan and Indonesia. But as far as I know, the sediment particle size is have very effect to the residual concentration of plasticizers, because plasticizers can be easily absorbed on very fine particles, very fine sediment particles. So I have analyzed the residual concentration of NVPs in Indonesia, only two sampling, only sediment took at at 3 sampling sites 2 times. So I haven't not grasped the residual distribution of NPPs detail, but I think the soil particles size is very effective to the residual concentration of plasticizers.
Okay, so it's maybe really nice for the next future observation, yeah, Mio, between differences. If we can see about the different characteristic of the geographic distribution. Okay, thank you, Miho. Please stand by for the next round, our discussion after our second keynote speaker, Dr. Farha Sattar. Thank you very much, Miho.
Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have another keynote speaker. Last but not least, I like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Farha Sattar. Have you joined the Zoom? Dr. Farha?
Hello.
Oh,
yeah. So I'm there. So can you hear me properly? My volume is okay?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, and you can hear me clearly, right?
Yeah, okay. So Dr. Farha has been a visiting professor at Faculty Geography several times, and just a couple of weeks ago as a guest lecturer. So nice to see you again, Dr. Farha. Before we begin, I would like to read the curriculum vitae from Dr. Farha Sattar. Dr. Farha Sattar is a multidisciplinary researcher and lecturer at Charles Darwin University, Australia. She specializes in education, particularly in mathematics and geospatial technique. She got bachelor degree in mathematics or science education, University of Punjab, master degree in geoinformation, University of Punjab, and PhD in geospatial science in Charles Darwin University. Okay, today Dr. Farha will present about drone technology for natural disaster management. Okay, hope you are doing better today, Dr. Farha. You'll have 20 minutes for presentation and around 5 minutes for a quick discussion. And then we have another discussion with Miho also. Okay, without any further ado, please welcome.
Thank you. So I'm just sharing my screen now.
Yes.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, you can slideshow the presentation.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay. Maybe slide. Can you see the full view of the slide, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Good afternoon and assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your kind words, Devi, for that nice introduction. And I'm grateful for the invitation and feel honored and privileged. And I'm thankful to the 6th International Conference on Geography and Disaster Management Committee and organizer to take this initiative and organize this conference. As the title reflects that this presentation is focused on the use of drone technology for natural disaster management. And I have just selected a few cases to discuss, as natural disasters are several, and to cover all of them is not possible within this short span of time. Okay, so as we move further, okay, so disasters, they are in any form, they are detrimental to health and welfare of the affected population. But the mass disasters affect large number of victims, and when disasters strike, then a rapid and effective response is critical to assisting the populace and reducing the number of victims, the mitigating the economic impact. So natural disasters, they are uncontrollable and cannot be avoided, although their effects can be mitigated in several ways, and several technologies can be used in reducing the effect of natural disaster. And when we see the technology, so there are many technologies, the special technologies, but the drones are really taking lead in that space, and they are being used in every step of pre-disaster and post-disaster, like monitoring, detecting, recovery, and response to reduce the effects of a natural disaster. So before I share the role of drones for disaster management, let's first develop our understanding about drones. Okay, so drones, they are also called UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. They are more commonly referred to as drones. They are small aircraft that fly autonomously and originally they are developed for military and surveillance purposes. But now they are now a major focus of research in almost every application, and whether they are related to geography or environmental sciences or with the disaster management. So drones are being used for a range of applications and have been identified as a special technology that is playing a vital roles for the geography and for the disaster management. And as we move further, so different studies, they have shown that the use of drone in a disaster has numerous benefits. They reduce the time required to locate victims, and as well as the subsequent intervention by searching a large areas in short period of time. Drones are capable of acquiring aerial and real-time images for disaster areas that can be used to create danger maps. They're also helpful to perform safe rescue missions. And the advantages of using UAVs or drones are multiple, that include low-cost operations, safe access to dangerous areas, rapid replacement, scalable and flexible deployment to fulfill many assignments that are required in many sectors of society. And when we look at that, so there are various type of drones that can be used for the disaster mitigation. So drones were initially designed as a simple device, but have grown in complexity as defined mission have become more complex. The diversity of drone is a primary factor in defining their operational capabilities, which are determined by their size, power, and applications and conditions. So drones are classified into different types. They include the fixed wing, flapping wing, rotary wing. Rotary wings, like they have the propellers around there, and they are many, depends upon the size and their capacity to carry the different that the gadgets or the equipment with that. There are the tilt rotor, ducted fan, helicopter, ornithopter, and unconventional drones. So drones, they generate different type of lift mechanism through their wings or rotor blades, and they create an upward forces that counteracts gravity, and they have the capability to have different sensors and payload system. And when we use drones, so there are different ways that in which we can fly them, and there are several methods. So in a visual line of sight, VLOS, the drone is operated within a visual range of the pilot, allowing them to see the drone without any visual aid other than corrective lens like glasses or the contact lenses. And the BVLOS, like the beyond visual line of sight operation, the drone is flown outside the pilot's direct visual range, typically relying on technologies such as camera, GPS, or sensors to navigate and observe the environment. BVLOS is particularly valuable for inspecting large-scale facilities, for remote infrastructure or hazardous areas when maintaining a direct in-line of sight is impractical. And in EVLOS, that is extended visual line of sight operation, the drone remains visible to the pilot or a team member, but the distance may be greater than standard VLOS operations, and often requiring the use of multiple observers to maintain visual contact. And this mode allow for more flexibility than visual line of operation drone, while still offering a level of direct oversight that BVLOS does not. So the main purpose of sharing that the different type and mode of flying drone is just because when we use them in disaster management, so we should really know about what is the purpose of using the drones and how we are going to use it. Now, when we have to fly the drone, so you have to really pay attention that you are flying them in a safe way. Like in Australia, we have CASA, that is the Civil Aviation and Safety Authority, and they have their rules and safety measures that how we are going to fly the drone, whether for the educational purposes, whether for the commercial purposes, or whether for in the disastrous situations. So if we look at the various applications of the drones, and particularly in the context of disaster management, drones are highly valuable for monitoring, mapping, and damage assessment. And it has been widely used in floods, landslides, forest fires, tsunamis, cyclones, earthquakes, as well as nuclear accidents. So drone can take better photos in less time than satellite pictures and GPS surveys. They make them more efficient than for the first responder data. And with the availability of the construction of the web-based drone, aerial photo sharing system improves information sharing efficiency during the early stages of disaster, which is very useful for assessing, for example, for assessing erosion and floods, because they supply detailed and continuous 2D and 3D data while requiring very little on-site time. So they are the very, that the benefits of using drones. So here I'm going to share some of the applications that you can make use within drones. So maybe the 3D images can be created using drone, through performing photogrammetric surveys by producing stereo images and generate digital surface model, because such kind of data that is important, particularly right after the disaster, for our rapid assessment. And by deploying a drone that is equipped with a LiDAR sensor, more accurate 3D model with centimeter level accuracy can be created and features can be detected that would be invisible to less sophisticated method. So we can also see that the drone has that possibility and capability of using of using different type of sensors and payload system with them, and that really make them a worthwhile gadget or a technology to use in different disastrous situations. And if we look them into the context of the earthquake, so the earthquake is a typical disaster that can occur without any pre-sign and cause not just serious building damage but human lives too. And the chance of survival of the people trapped in collapsed building, that depends mainly on the damage type of the affected buildings. Therefore, a rapid mapping of the affected area is very important, not just for assessing the damages but even more to optimize sharing the rescue sources. And after the rapid mapping, damaged buildings can be characterized by an international standard, as you can see here into the middle of the slide. And based on the scaled ruins, special rescue teams can optimize their work depending on the rate of assumed or mere surviving holes. And if we look at the drones capability, so they can help not only with the damage assessment, but they are also helpful. They are capable of searching for live victims buried beneath rubble using sensors such as noise sensing, binary sensing, vibration, and heat sensing. So a drone can also be used just to identify that where the lives are there in the disaster situation. So drone technology, we can also use that accurately to identifying or the indication of life in a range of stances, indicating that it has the potential to be used in future search and rescue mission. And the method has also been proved to be effective in locating victim at sea. So drone technology combined with GNSS, that's the Global Navigation Satellite System, real-time computer vision, and deep learning algorithm might allow drones to provide accurate support to first responders in a timely manner. And a novel technique for searching for missing individual across a large territory that employs a swarm of drones rather than a single drones can be used effectively in reducing cost and time while enhancing or preserving the quality of search and rescue operation. So by swarm of drones means so not only just a one drone, but a multiple drones can be used at the same time in those, that the rescue situations. So we also have drones for delivery. Often in the post-disaster phase, the communication line, transportation, as well as supply lines are heavily disturbed. So that is where drones can play an important role in supplying essential items, including medicines, and even in a normal scenario, delivery by air is faster than delivery from land or from land transport. And they are also, that are usable particularly in disastrous situation. For example, in Rwanda and Tanzania, drones have directly provided access to 11 million people with instant medical supply as well as life-saving materials like blood, plasma within an hour of the drone when the disaster exists. They also became handy in supplying masks and COVID testing kits during the pandemic period, and also to supply the vaccines at different places. We also see the drone's role really in a very innovative way, that particularly in the when in the disaster situation. So during disaster, disaster can affect network, and that result in lack of connectivity and communication. And in a disastrous situation, the first 72 hours are very critical, but for most of the time, and the first responders are not able to contact those affected people or the lives immediately. And so drones can be used to provide a reliable communication network. It will help enabling the communication between responders and victims. And so what you are saying here, this is architecture of the systems, and this is a mesh network architecture that is using UAVs or drones as our nodes and allowing for easy access to both remote locations and crowded cities alike. So this architecture is highly suitable for the scenarios where both smooth terrain and power supply are not guaranteed, and where the other communication systems are disrupted. So this kind of ad hoc network that has been used successfully in several other cases, particularly and that study that was conducted in India, some parts. So these are some are the areas that where drones can be used in a different way. I have just here provided you some of the example just to sharing you some of the ideas that what kind of potentials and capabilities this particular technology has, and how we can use in different ways during disastrous situation. So if I conclude my talk, so yes, we can see that drones are transforming disaster risk management that we have seen with the help of the different examples. So drones are capable of providing real-time images and data in disaster situation, and as well as they are being used effectively and safely for rescue mission and saving lives of people. And we have also seen that they can also be used for providing ad hoc networks using disasters. So these were just the few key points of my talk. Thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, so I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Farha, for your great presentation. So, participants, if you have any question for Dr. Farha, please raise your hand, or I will call you to ask the question, or you can also put your question in the chat column. Okay, for why the question, just a quick discussion. Really interesting with using drone technology for disaster management, Dr. Farha. What do you think about what types of natural disaster are drone most effective in managing, and why?
As I have, that the share that there are various type of drones that you can use them because they come into the different types and they have different capabilities. They come really into the small size, like they can fit into the palm of your hand, like the nano and the micro drones, and even they are the big one, like the size of a small plane or the helicopter. So we can't really say, okay, that particular type of drone is really, specified just only for one application, because in order to utilize them really effectively, you have to really understand that what kind of type of drones are available, what are their capabilities. For example, that their payload system that defines their potential and capability, that how much weight they can hold. And as in my slide, I have shown you that during disaster situation, you can transport, for example, medicine, vaccinations, and the other material which is really necessary in that situation. So it will depend upon the carrying capacity of the drones. For if you want to make use of drones for transportation purposes, so make it sure that they have that capacity, that they can carry the heavy load with them. And if, for example, that you are more interested to use the drones just for the mapping, for the aerial mapping right after the disaster, for the damage assessment, so maybe you can just use the normal photography and the videography, which most of the drones they provide. But if you are really interested to produce the 3D images, particularly into the case of the landslide hazards, or maybe after the earthquake into the mountainous areas, there are a lot of, that the material has been moved from the mountains. You want to monitor that, you want to have a quick assessment about that, how much material has been moved. So maybe you will be more interested for the 3D mapping. And for the 3D mapping, then there are again possibilities. Maybe you can make use of, for example, you can use or to perform photogrammetric surveys, producing stereo images, or if not, then if you have like the sensors like LiDAR, so then you can also make use those sensors to produce 3D images. I mean, their range is really there is a lot more ways that in which you can use. And as far as we also see that the drones, the disasters, they are also really in the different types. Their nature can be different. So we really have to be wise and really, that the particular about if we are going to use the drone technology, so how we are going to use it, what should be our selection in terms of selecting drones, and as well as in terms of adding the expert knowledge, that by which we can get the purpose of in a disastrous situation, whether the purpose is just to do the 3D mapping, or the purpose is just to perform the rescue missions, or purpose is just to do the communication networking with the victims. So I mean, it will all depend upon that what we want to get out of it. I hope I answer your question.
Yes, of course. It's really deep, yeah, and really promising for using the drone technology for management disaster, yeah, especially natural disaster. Okay, so we move into our next discussion with our invited and keynote speaker. So let me know if you have any question, participants. Please raise your hand, or maybe you can write in chat column below on a Zoom application. So well, my question also for Dr. Farha Sattar, we know that the drone technology now it's quite impressive, yeah, for 3D mapping and also for 2D mapping also. What do you mean? What are the limitations of drone technology, such as maybe ring of weather resistance during disaster operation, or if we compare it to traditional methods like survey or yeah, something like that. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So regarding that the limitation, because still this technology is really advancing, and it has certain limitations. For example, still a lot of work is and research is going on in the areas that where the drones can be used in the situation, maybe when there is a bushfire, so and also in the cyclones, that where they can sustain during the high winds, and as well as there is also the going on in terms of their payload systems, how to improve that. Maybe like drones can also be used for the bushfire or the fire management. So maybe like that for the firefighters, they can use that in those areas as well. So these are the certain areas or the limitation of this technology on which still the work is going on. And as well as the other part of your questions, like how they are efficient in terms of using in the disastrous situation, as compared to the traditional method of mapping. So like as I remember, like few years back, and particularly we have to rely upon the satellite images, and it depends upon that when that particular satellite image will pass through that area of the on the Earth's surface, and when the images will be available. So maybe we have to use for we have to wait for a long time to get the images. But with the drones now, they are like your own personal satellite. So whenever you want you to get the data, you just go and you operate that. Yes, of course, within the same with the safety and the rules and regulation, the civil that the aviation regulations of your country. You can fly them safely, and that you can get the real-time data with no time. And particularly, as I've mentioned in my talk, that that during the disaster situation, the first 72 hours, they are really important, when maybe in case of floods, in case of earthquake, in case of the other disaster there, where the victims are stranded in particular situation. So just to assess the situation, so the drones are really a safe way that by which you can get the real-time data in that hazardous area, and also it all assist the rescue operations. And I mean, just if you are using this technology in wisely, so you can really save a lot of lives.
Okay, very well. Thank you very much, Dr. Farha Sattar. Okay, I have a question from my personal chat for Miho Nomura. Yeah, do water and wind current contribute to the global spread of non-phthalate plasticizer residues?
Sorry, I couldn't hear clearly.
Oh, okay. I will read it again. Okay. Do water and wind currents contribute to the global spread of non-phthalate plasticizer residues?
Global spread of non-phthalate plasticizers.
Like parameter from water and wind current.
You mean how they spread, or are they spreading?
Yes, yeah.
In the world, I think I think it is it is relevant to the movement of sediment particles. from river to ocean and ocean to some other more deeper ocean, and the movement of plastic waste can be effect to migrate of plasticizers in ocean in the world.
Okay, so the water and wine actually also contribute, yeah, for the global spread, yeah. Not only for one geographic location, but also can spread to another level, deep level of the sea, maybe like this, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Miho. Okay, anyone, if you still have a question, please reach me out. Okay, if maybe we still don't have a question from the participant, so I would like to read the conclusion from Miho Nomura and also Dr. Farha Sattar. Thank you very much for your presentation. The conclusion from Miho and Dr. Farha presentation from Miho, plasticizer is one of the most commonly used as plastic additive. There are physical impact and chemical impact in environment. In ecological effect of NPPS on aquatic organism and environmental fate, environmental residue analysis, degradability evaluation, determination of amount of plasticizer evaluated from plastic product, because plasticizer have high soil absorption coefficients and they are thought to exist in the aqueous environment by absorbing on organic matter or forming colloids. And from Dr. Farha, in summary, don't have transformed disaster management by offering innovative solution that improve efficiency, safety, and effectiveness across all phases of disaster response, from preparedness to recovery. Their ability to operate in challenging environment makes them important tools for modern emergency management strategies. So I'd like to say thank you very much for Miho and Dr. Farha Sattar as speaker in this amazing presentation in today. And please give applause, virtual applause for the speaker and for you all. Before we close this session today, we would like to give an appreciation for Miho and Dr. Farha Sattar in the form of certificate.
Thank you very much. It's been a privilege, to be part of this conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome, Dr. Farha. Miho and Dr. Farha Sattar and participant, if you don't mind, we will take a photograph for documentation.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so admin, are you ready? Okay. Okay, I think it's already done.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for your nice and great presentation. Hopefully the seminar will be beneficial for everyone. After the session, we still have a panel session of each track paper, so still keep in touch. Thank you very much. I'm Dewi Gunavitasari. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Back to you. Back to you, Mbak Anti.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Miho Nomura, Magister Science, and Dr. Farha Satar. And also, thank you very much, Ibu Dewi Novitasari, Magister Science. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to the next session is paper presentation. The room will be divided for 4 rooms. Room 1 will be moderated by Bapak Bashar Ihsan Arizudin, Magister Science. Room 2 will be moderated by Dr. Chairul Amin. Room 3 will be moderated by Bapak Afif Ari Wibowo, Magister Science. And room 4 will be moderated by Bapak Umar El Izzuddin Kiat, MPWK. For the participants who are going to present the presentation, please join best on your room. All participants who are free to please choose the breakout room you wish to join. Following the paper presentation, I will send reminder to everyone. We will take a break until 14:45 until 15:45. Don't forget to reconvene at 15:45 for listening the speech from another keynote speaker. That's Professor Nilakal Patel from Birla Institute of Technology, Mesra, India. We will continue the paper presentation. Please come to your every room. Thank you.